Chapter 1107. Lin Feng and Huang Shilan returned to Falling Moon City. When they reached Falling Moon City, old Marshal Huang Tianfeng received the news and hurried over. When he saw Lin Feng and Huang Shilan returning together, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." In front of Lin Feng, old Marshal Huang didn't dare to be arrogant as he stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly held onto old Marshal. This was Huang Shilan's grandfather, and Huang Shilan was his woman. How could he accept an elder's bow? Of course, old Marshal didn't know about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and his granddaughter Huang Shilan. "Old Marshal, Shilan and I are friends, so you don't have to be so courteous," Lin Feng said with a smile. Old Marshal was a straightforward person. He invited Lin Feng to the living room for a chat, while Huang Shilan headed to the barracks to visit the injured. Lin Feng and old Marshal walked towards the living room with everyone surrounding them. "Lin Feng, long time no see." When Huang Linger saw Lin Feng, her voice was faint and her gaze was filled with hidden bitterness. Lin Feng asked, "How have you been?" Huang Linger replied, "Don't you know if I'm good or not?" Hearing Huang Linger's words, Lin Feng's brows rose slightly. He felt that Huang Linger might have suspected that he was the one who saved her back then. The surrounding people looked at Lin Feng and Huang Linger strangely. Their conversation was indeed a little strange. Old Marshal Huang said, "Linger has worked hard to join a large sect like Green Cloud sect to cultivate. She's considered to have brought glory to her ancestors." "That's right. Cultivate well, and your future will be very bright." Lin Feng smiled. He didn't have much interaction with Huang Linger and followed old Marshal Huang into the living room to catch up. At night, old Marshal Huang hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng noticed that Huang Shilan didn't look too happy. He asked, "Are you grieving over the dead soldiers?" Huang Shilan nodded sadly and said, "If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have died so tragically. They were so young, and there were 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Yet they were killed in an instant. Are human lives really as insignificant as ants in the eyes of those experts?" Said Lin Feng, "People who don't respect life don't deserve respect. People like that don't have good endings, like Ning Su Bai. The soldiers who died are pitiful. We won't forget them, but the dead can't come back to life. Those who are alive should have a better life. Those who are dead should have a better life, and those who are dead should have a better life." Huang Shilan nodded and hugged Lin Feng with both hands. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest and said softly, "I really hope that I can hug you and lean on you like this forever." Lin Feng gently stroked Huang Shilan's back. Huang Shilan was very tired. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng looked at Huang Shilan, who looked strong on the outside, but was actually very soft on the inside. He carried Huang Shilan in his arms and walked towards the room. When she woke up the next day, Huang Shilan's long eyelashes fluttered. She found herself in Lin Feng's arms. His embrace made her feel very warm. "It's still dark. Let's sleep a little longer." Lin Feng hugged Huang Shilan's delicate body tightly. "Take me. I want to give myself to you completely." Huang Shilan blushed and said, although she had intimate contact with Lin Feng, she had never broken her bottom line. But now, Huang Shilan wanted to give herself to the man she loved deeply. "Are you ready?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." Huang Shilan nodded. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was obviously very nervous. Before the chilly late autumn dawn, Huang Shilan had become a real young married woman. In the following days, Lin Feng began to set up a great formation to seal off Fallen Moon City. Because he didn't know how many experts the Ning family would send, setting up a great formation was extremely important. It might be of great use at a critical moment. In the afternoon, Lin Feng was taking a walk in the garden. He saw Huang Linger, who was also taking a walk. Huang Linger looked at Lin Feng with hidden bitterness. It was as if Lin Feng had abandoned her. Lin Feng nodded and walked forward. Huang Linger stopped and said, "I know. It was you that night, right?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it. Lin Feng wasn't a person who liked to lie. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Huang Linger bit her lip and said, "When I saw your back, I had some suspicions, but I didn't dare to confirm it. A few days ago, I saw you in Fallen Moon City. Why did you leave after saving me? Do you hate me that much?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Lin Feng was most afraid of seeing a woman cry. He hurriedly said, "Don't cry. If others see you, they'll think that I did something outrageous to you." "Others see you? You're afraid that Huang Shirlan will see you, right?" Huang Linger sneered. Lin Feng said, "Since you know about my relationship with your sister, you shouldn't have too much contact with me. I was the one who got to know you first." Huang Linger bit her lip. When it comes to matters of the heart, it has nothing to do with who knows who first. Lin Feng said. Huang Shirlan glared at Lin Feng hatefully, then quickly turned and left. Lin Feng continued to reinforce the formation every day. Late one night, a petite figure crawled into bed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to rest for a few days? Why did you come over? Can't you bear to let me face the cold and lonely night alone?" Lin Feng smiled. Huang Shirlan's warm body welcomed him. She was as soft as jade, shy but passionate. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. This was different from the usual Huang Shirlan. Soon, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Her body was trembling slightly. He flicked his finger, and the chandelier lit up. The room was filled with light. The person in his arms was not Huang Shirlan, but Huang Linger. She looked at Lin Feng with a blushing face. Although she was shy, she boldly looked into Lin Feng's eyes. "Linger, why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at Huang Ling in surprise. He hastily covered her face. However, Huang Linger hugged Lin Feng and said, "So what if it's me? Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and my sister. She needs to rest now, so let me serve you." "Nonsense." Lin Feng was about to get up and leave. However, Huang Shirlan hugged Lin Feng tightly from behind and said with a sobbing tone, "I'm not fooling around. It was my sister who took you away. If it wasn't for her, you would be mine. I really hate her." Lin Feng said, "She's your sister. How can you hate your own sister? You should rest well tonight." Lin Feng broke free from Huang Linger's embrace, put on his clothes, and left the room. Huang Linger curled up on the bed and began to cry. The next day, Huang Linger left Moonfall City and returned to the sect. Lin Feng sighed when he heard the news. When he thought of the passionate and bold Huang Linger, Lin Feng's heart was in a mess. 10 days later, 12 cultivators dressed in black and wearing bamboo hats walked out of Northern Wasteland City's teleportation array. They looked like death gods. Chapter 1108. Lin Feng didn't have much time to think about what had happened between him and Huang Linger because he was busy setting up a great formation every day. How could he have time to think about other things? Half a month later, Lin Feng covered the entire city with a gigantic deployment spell. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, the gigantic deployment spell he had cast was enough to trap and kill strong cultivators of the ancient god realm. Boom! On that day, a terrifying chi filled the air. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "They're here." He stepped out of the city. Outside the city, The 12 dark shadow guards were floating in the air, emitting terrifying killing intent. Countless people in Fallen Moon City found it difficult to breathe, and they looked outside in fear. That murderous intent caused their souls to tremble. Panic filled the entire Fallen Moon City. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed out, his body emitting a powerful force which dissolved the killing intent of the 12 dark shadow guards. The people of Fallen Moon City recovered from their shock. "I wonder if Lin Gongzi is a match for those people," said Wang Meng. Wang Meng said with a grave expression, "Lin Gongzi was able to destroy Ao Tian Ancient City, so he shouldn't have a problem dealing with those people outside, right?" In the world of cultivators, Ao Tian Ancient City isn't considered a powerful group, and Lin Gongzi has been busy setting up a great formation. Obviously, the enemy is extremely strong, so this battle will be extremely dangerous. Many people were discussing the matter. Huang Shirlan bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng worriedly as he walked out of the city. Said Huang Tianfeng, "Don't worry too much. Lin Feng is confident. He's always calm and steady." Huang Shirlan noticed that her grandfather had changed the way he addressed Lin Feng, and she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that her grandfather already knew about her relationship with Lin Feng? "Lin Feng is a righteous person," said Huang Shirlan. Huang Tianfeng said meaningfully. Then he looked out of the city. Huang Shirlan blushed. She was sure that her grandfather knew about her relationship with Lin Feng, but she didn't know how he had found out. But after thinking about it, she realized that there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, so it wasn't surprising that her grandfather knew about it. However, now that her elders knew about this, she felt a little shy, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Huang Shirlan quickly focused her attention on the battlefield outside the city. She was worried about Lin Feng, and she was worried about Lin Feng. "The sword in my hand will not be stained with the blood of nameless people." Lin Feng unsheathed his black dragon sword and looked at the 12 shadow guards coldly. The ancient Ning family, the 12 dark shadow guards. The leading man's voice was indifferent. Warriors of the warriors. Lin Feng had come into contact with them before. He knew that they were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their missions. Therefore, death warriors were often the most difficult to deal with, because they were not afraid of death. Death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Especially powerful death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Naturally, people would be afraid of them. As for the 12 shadow guards before him, the black-clothed man leading them was called Ning Tianfu. This person was an ancient hegemon-level expert. The other 11 people were all quasi-tycoons. The 12 dark shadow guards were the most powerful death warriors of the ancient Ning family. Under normal circumstances, the Ning family wouldn't send the 12 dark shadow guards. Now that they had sent them to deal with Lin Feng, it could be seen how much importance the ancient Ning family placed on Lin Feng. "How should I address you? After we kill you, we will build a grave for you," said Ning Tianxiu. "Lin Feng, attack!" Ning Tianxiu held a war spear and gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh. The 12 dark shadow guards quickly spread out. They arranged themselves in a special way. Everyone was vaguely connected to each other. Joint attack technique. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. 36 dark shadow slashes can kill a mid-level ancient tycoon. Today, the 12 dark shadow guards will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tianxiu had already made his move. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 people also made their move. Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the strength of the 12 dark shadow guards was actually stacked together. Moreover, their strength had reached an astonishing balance. Their strength was interlinked. Lin Feng was shocked. Originally, Only Ning Tianxiu's strength had reached the ancient tycoon, level among the 12 dark shadow guards. But now that their strength was interlinked, the strength of the other 11 people also reached the ancient tycoon level in a short period of time. It was like Lin Feng was fighting against 12 strong cultivators at the same time. Slash! Ning Tianxiu shouted in a low voice. The 12 dark shadow guards attacked together. Swish! Swish cold light flickered. 12 cold lights slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of these 12 cold lights was really astonishing. They instantly pierced through the void. They locked onto 12 directions. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. Not bad. Not bad at all. When the ancient tycoons are trapped, they might die. But now that you're facing me, you're one step behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped into the void. Swish! He disappeared from where he stood. He's gone. The expressions of the 12 dark shadow guards suddenly changed. After Lin Feng disappeared, the attacks of the 12 dark shadow guards exploded in midair and then dissipated. Lin Feng silently appeared behind a dark shadow guard, held his sword with both hands, and pierced through his chest. Old Seven! The others roared, their eyes about to pop out of their sockets. The joint attack technique only allowed your magic power to reach the ancient tycoon level, but your soul perception, your body's ability to see the outside world, your speed, and so on are still far from the ancient tycoon level. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his treasured sword, and the corpse of the dark shadow guard fell down. Go to hell! The other 11 people roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens as they launched another terrifying attack. Lin Feng teleported, dodging their attacks. He arrived behind a dark shadow guard and cut off his head with a sword. Slash! Slash! Next, Lin Feng continued to attack. He was like a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of the 12 dark shadow guards. Soon, only Ning Tianxian was left alive. How could someone like you appear in the East, godly land? Ning Tianxian's expression was gloomy. He already had thoughts of retreating. Although he was also an ancient tycoon, he was only at the second layer of the life and death realm. He knew that he couldn't be Lin Feng's opponent. Since you're here, don't leave. Today, the 12 dark shadow guards will be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He rushed forward and fought with Ning Tianxian. After 10 moves, Ning Tianxian's head was cut off. The 12 dark shadow guards had all fallen. Chapter 1110. Ning Prefecture. Immemorial Ning Family. Yuan Shun Lamp Palace. All the Yuan Shun lamps belonging to the 12 shadow guards had been destroyed. Something's wrong. Hurry up and report that the 12 shadow guards have all fallen. The elder of the Yuan Shun Lamp Palace's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly left to report this matter. Not long after, the higher-ups of the immemorial Ning family knew about this matter. In the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. The higher-ups of the Ning family all had gloomy expressions. The 12 shadow guards were the most outstanding warriors of the Ning family. They could even kill an ancient tycoon. But now, they had all been destroyed. This was a heavy blow to the Ning family. We've met our match. An elder called Ning Tianxiang said. He was from the Ning family's Tian generation. He was from the same generation as Ning Tianxian, who had been killed by Lin Feng. Everyone, if you have any opinions, please voice them. Patriarch Ning Jiang said in a deep voice. Ning Tianxiang said, the opponent is extremely strong. The Ning family can't back down now. What Ning Tianxiang said was the most embarrassing thing for the Ning family. This matter had arisen because of Ning Shubai. In order to protect the dignity of the immemorial families, the Ning family wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now, they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Even the 12 shadow guards had been killed. Their hatred was growing. It was impossible to stop now. They could only fight to the death. If he can kill the 12 shadow guards, he's at least at the fourth sky of life and death realm. Who wants to kill him? Ningjiang asked. The hall was silent. In the end, Ning Tianxiang said, Ning Tianhu and I will go together. You two are at the sixth sky of life and death realm. You can kill him together. We'll wait for your triumphant return in the family. Ningjiang said. Ning Tianxiang stood up and sighed. If it's possible, I really hope that it won't come to this. I hope that Tianhu and I can bring his head back smoothly and offer it to Ning Tianqian and the others. The 12 shadow guards had a very important position in the Ning family. Compared to the dead Ning Shubai, the 12 shadow guards were not even worth mentioning. You can definitely do it, Ning Jiang said. Let's go. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu left together. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the void as the energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. He had been sitting there for 10 days and 10 nights. During these 10 days and nights, Lin Feng merged with heaven and earth. 10 days later, he opened his eyes and stood up from the void. From afar, Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu walked over step by step. You're here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu nodded as if they were old friends, but in fact, there was a hidden killing intent. Lin Feng, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu. Boom, the two sides didn't say much before a great battle broke out. Azure dragons art of mountains and seas. Overwhelming dermic powers surged out of Ning Tianxiang's body. Dragons, mountains, and oceans formed in the void. The azure dragon roared in the starry sky. The mountains suppressed the world. A vast ocean swept across the world, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. A terrifying attack enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to destroy him. The people of Fallen Moon City looked at the battle in the sky in horror. They had never seen a battle of this level before. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng condensed a huge lightning ball in his hands. Waves of destructive auras burst out from the heavens and earth. The lightning ball expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Lin Feng took out the lightning ball. Bang! Their attacks collided. Even the void was shattered. Swoosh! At this moment, Ning Tianhu, who hadn't made a move before, seized the opportunity when Lin Feng and Ning Tianxiang were fighting. He quickly came to Lin Feng's side and used the white tiger claw. His right hand turned into a white tiger claw. He grabbed at Lin Feng. Poof! The attack landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, and a large piece of flesh was ripped off. Die, brat! Ning Tianhu was thrilled that he had succeeded in one strike. He was best at close combat. Now that he was so close to Lin Feng, he was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. Ning Tianhu's left hand turned into a white tiger claw and stabbed at Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's chest and grab his heart. Ning Tianhu's attack was extremely fast. It was difficult for an ordinary person to avoid it, but Lin Feng was too fast. He moved to the right and dodged Ning Tianhu's attack. Ning Tianhu's face changed slightly. After his attack failed, he immediately retreated. Devouring martial spirit. 5 devouring black holes into 1. Lin Feng directly used the ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit. Under the combined state of the 5 devouring martial spirits, the confinement magnetic field was extremely powerful. The confinement magnetic field directly imprisoned Ning Tianhu, making it impossible for him to escape. Oh no! Ning Tianxiang's face changed when he saw this. He quickly rushed over to save Ning Tianhu, but it was too late. My life is over! Ning Tianhu cried out in grief. Poof! In the next moment, Ning Tianhu's head was taken off by Lin Feng. At this moment, Ning Tianxiang had already rushed over and sent Lin Feng flying with a punch. Lin Feng flew back a few hundred meters and coughed out blood in midair. He felt that the left side of his body had collapsed and many of his bones were broken. "You're already a half-crippled person. I'll take your life," shouted Ning Tianxiang coldly. He quickly threw himself at Lin Feng and used the 3 pure energies skill. This superpower was extremely overbearing. Every time it was used, its attacking power would increase greatly. After the third revolution, its attacking power would increase by 5 times. Ning Tianxiang obviously wanted to kill Lin Feng with one blow. Immortal divine blood. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the immortal divine blood, and his injuries instantly healed. Seeing this, Ning Tianxiang was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to have such a terrifying bloodline. However, Ning Tianxiang did not stop. He was confident in his 3 revolution technique. Ning Tianxiang could feel that Lin Feng's recovery was not without a price. He had used up a lot of his spiritual power, and his aura was much weaker than before. This was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find another one. Heaven's punishment fighting spirit. White tiger's killing intent. Battle force. Lin Feng rotated his 3 forces and superimposed them on top of each other. Lin Feng's aura sword. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my superpower. Great ice technique. Icy world. Great death technique. River of death. Lin Feng roared. He used the great ice technique with his left hand and the great death technique with his right. If it were any other cultivator, they would need to fully concentrate and use all their strength to cast one of the 3,000 great das. However, Lin Feng was different. Never forget, back then, Lin Feng had refined the scarlet flower. He had 2 primordial spirits, primary primordial spirit, secondary primordial spirit. One primordial spirit could use one of the 3,000 great das without any problem. The icy world condensed in the void and froze the world, enveloping Ning Tianxiang within. In the icy world, Ning Tianxiang's entire body was frozen. However, his powerful spiritual power surged out and broke the ice. However, the river of death had already swept over and swept Ning Tianxiang's body. Ning Tianxiang was directly swept away by the river of death. Great suppression technique. In the void, the word suppression condensed. It instantly suppressed Ning Tianxiang's body. Ning Tianxiang's body was imprisoned. 3,000 great daos. You actually used 3 of the 3,000 great daos in such a short time. I didn't die in vain. Ning Tianxiang's voice was filled with endless sorrow. Poof! In the next moment, Lin Feng pointed a finger at Ning Tianxiang's forehead. Ning Tianxiang's head was pierced, and his body fell to the ground. Chapter 11:11. Dead. Tianxiang and Tianhu are also dead. After taking a deep breath, Ning Zhang's words made everyone in the hall feel heavy-hearted. The Ning family, their losses were too great. The 12 shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu, these were 3 tycoons and 11 quasi-tycoons. For a top power like the primeval Ning family, losing so many powerhouses was a huge blow to them. Now, the higher-ups of the Ning family were asking themselves, was it worth it for the Ning family to send so many experts to kill Lin Feng? Even if they killed Lin Feng, it would be a lose-lose situation. Ning Jiang said, "We've been living in peace for too long, and we've lacked a sense of crisis. We thought that the ancient aristocratic families could easily solve many problems by relying on force. But now, Our ancient Ning family has suffered a great loss. This is the price we have to pay for underestimating the cultivators of the world. Ning Jiang's voice was gloomy. Now, Ning Jiang was reflecting on himself. There was a reason why such a huge power, like the Ning family, had been able to prosper for so long. The vision of these higher-ups was not something an ordinary person could compare to. They would reflect on themselves after each setback. This would prevent them from making the same mistake in the future. Who would have thought that the young cultivator called Lin Feng would be so powerful? There's no limit to how strong you are. But now we have no way out. So many experts have died in the family. We must let them rest in peace in the underworld. The Ning family's grand elder, Ning Tushan, said in a deep voice. He was extremely old and was from the same generation as Ning Jiang's grandfather. He had been sleeping all this time and had not spoken a word. Now he spoke his thoughts. Third great uncle, what do you mean? Many people looked at Ning Tushan. I'll personally go and kill that brat and end this matter. Ning Tushan said. The experts of the Ning family were shaken. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert. In the Tianwu continent, apart from the terrifying rebirth realm experts, he was almost invincible. If Ning Tushan made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die. Tian Mao, Tianza, you two go with the grand elder. Ning Jiang said. Yes. Ning, Tian Mao, and Ning Tianza stepped out. The three of them quickly left. Two battles between top powerhouses had broken out in the divine prefecture of the East County. Some powerhouses at the level of eternal giants had been killed. Such big news naturally could not be concealed. The news quickly spread. Many experts rushed to the divine land of the Eastern County. In addition, Yuji Jiang Yudi Morong Baichuan and a grand elder of the Eternal Life Hall, Nangong Duanqing, had all arrived outside Falling Moon City in the divine land of the Eastern County. Lin Feng is back. He killed many experts from the primordial Ning clan. Lin Feng's name was very famous in the 72 northern prefectures. After all, the news of Lin Feng destroying proud Heaven Ancient Capital had spread like wildfire in the 72 northern prefectures. Now that Fallen Moon City was sealed by a great array, no one could enter, so many people were watching from afar. Lin Feng is strong enough to kill such a strong cultivator. No wonder he managed to kill Wang Zhanlong, murmured the crowd. Indeed, he's really strong. It's only been a few years, and he's already risen. In 5 years, he'll fight against Huang Fu Qingtian. I wonder what the result will be. If they don't hate each other and work together, the Blue Cloud sect will rise again. Unfortunately, they won't stop until one of them is dead. Some members of the Blue Cloud sect were talking about it. Many people were happy for Lin Feng's rise, but they were also sad because of the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fu Qingtian. Lin Feng hasn't shown up. Fallen Moon City is surrounded by a great array. It seems that after killing the 12 Dark Shadow Guards, Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu, Lin Feng has become more cautious. He has to be cautious. The Ning clan has suffered great losses. If I'm not mistaken, some peerless cultivators from the Ning clan will appear this time. Will a rebirth realm cultivator appear? The Ning clan has a rebirth realm ancestor guarding the hidden lattice of life and death. He won't appear unless the clan is facing a crisis. But this time, even if he's not a rebirth realm cultivator, he'll definitely be a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. They're strong enough to kill any ancient tyrant. Many people whispered to each other. Clearly, everyone was more optimistic about the primordial Ning family's chances. A peak power like the primordial Ning family definitely had a strong foundation. If they wanted to kill someone, very few people would be able to escape. Boom. A terrifying aura came from afar as 3 cultivators walked over. One of them was an extremely old cultivator. These 3 were the Ning family's Ning Tushan, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianza. When the 3 of them arrived, they did not conceal their powerful auras. Their killing intent gathered together, and the terrifying killing intent was like a vast ocean. Many people were alarmed and looked in the direction of the 3 of them. After everyone saw the 3 of them, some people recognized their identities. Isn't that the Ning clan's great elder, Ning Tushan? It's said that he's been cultivating for 9,100 years. His strength has reached perfection. He's only a step away from the rebirth realm. That's right, it's Ning Tushan. I didn't expect him to come personally. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how the battle will end. In terms of strength, Lin Feng will be killed by Ning Tushan. But Lin Feng's methods have always been astonishing. The result of this battle might be unexpected. While these cultivators were discussing, Ning Tushan and the other 2 arrived outside Fallen Moon City. Ning Tianmao said, "Great Elder, there's a powerful seal here. What should we do now?" Ning Tushan said, "It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, this kind of heavenly rank array can't hurt me, unless he can arrange a saint rank array. But obviously this is impossible, so there's no need to worry." Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza were relieved when they saw Ning Tushan's confident expression. "Kid, come out and accept your death. Come out of your own accord, and I can give you a quick death. If you're stubborn, I'll let you have a taste of death when I catch you in the array." Ning Tushan's voice was cold. "If you want my life, come in." Lin Feng's cold voice came from the array. "Humph." Ning Tushan snorted. He looked at Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza and said, "You 2 wait here." Yes. Immediately after, Ning Tushan stepped into the Fallen Moon City that was densely covered with restrictions. Chapter 11:12. In Fallen Moon City, everyone was hiding in their homes, cellars, or secret rooms. No one dared to show their faces at this time. Ning Tushan walked into Fallen Moon City step by step. He walked in unimpeded, and no restrictions attacked him. Could it be that you know that the formation is useless against me, so you gave up on using it? Ning Tushan looked coldly at Lin Feng, who was standing in the sky above Fallen Moon City. His lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Feng said indifferently, "No, I'm waiting for you to come in. Only then will I be able to trap you completely." Ning Tushan said disdainfully, "Heaven-grade formations are useless against me. All your struggles and resistance are futile. I will kill you in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tushan raised his right hand and slashed out. Whoosh! A murderous aura condensed and pierced through the void, arriving in front of Lin Feng in an instant. "It's done." Ning Tushan was slightly delighted. In the next moment, the murderous aura shattered Lin Feng. Mirror image clone? Ning Tushan was worthy of being called a top expert. He instantly identified the mirror image clone that Lin Feng had created using the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! These Lin Feng spoke at the same time. "That's right. These are mirror images. Do you know which one is me?" Ning Tushan's expression was cold. "I don't care how many mirror images you have. I will kill all of them." Endless tempest. Ning Tushan sneered, and a hurricane appeared in his right hand. The hurricane spun and quickly grew bigger. Countless wind blades swept out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The numerous mirror images were torn apart. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. Above Fallen Moon City, thick chains appeared one after another. These were simulated chains of order. Although they could not reach the attack power of the real chains of order, their power was not to be underestimated. Some of these thick chains swept towards Ning Tushan. Some of them were heading towards Ning Tushan. Time reversal. Ning Tushan was truly powerful. With a low roar, he unleashed a powerful divine ability. With him as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. The chains of order were unable to get close to Ning Tushan. They were all blocked by Ning Tushan's divine ability. Revered Sword Tomb. Lin Feng stepped out from the void, where he had been hiding. He took out the revered sword vault, and 3 swords flew out, turning into 3 streams of light, slashing towards Ning Tushan. Brat, you still have a long way to go. Ning Tushan sneered and took out his own treasure. It was a heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber. This treasure was a demigod artifact ultimate treasure. It was a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the primordial Ning family's great elder. After Ning Tushan became the great elder, he inherited this treasure and had been refining it for 5,000 years. He had long been able to control it like an extension of his arm. He held the heavenly thunder dragon slaughtering saber with both hands and slashed out again and again. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. The 3 swords were swept away, creating a series of sonorous and powerful sounds of collision. Ning Tushan looked greedily at Lin Feng's 3 treasures and sneered, "You have quite a lot of treasures. After I kill you, these treasures will belong to the ancient Ning family." Ning Tushan stepped out from the void. Because of the reversal of time and space around him, the chains of order simulated by the Great Formation could not attack him. Ning Tushan was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. "Brat, your Great Formation is really high, but a mere heavenly formation is not enough to trap me. Today, no one in the world can save your life." Ning Tushan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Soon, he would reach Lin Feng's side. Torrential Milky Way. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he activated another great formation. A galloping galaxy appeared in the void. This Milky Way separated him from Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan tried to cross the Milky Way again and again to reach Lin Feng, but he was blocked by the Milky Way. "Old man, my Milky Way great formation seems to be close, but it needs to cross endless time and space. If you were at the rebirth realm, you might be able to break my great formation, but you're only at the quasi-rebirth realm now. You can't break my great formation," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I want to try. Blade shatters the Milky Way." Ning Tushan shouted coldly as he slashed out 36 times in a row. Rays of huge saber light condensed in the void. The dense blade radiance quickly slashed towards the Milky Way across the sky. However, when the blade radiance bombarded the Milky Way, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing only a ripple before it was swallowed up. Seeing this, Ning Tushan's face suddenly sank. "You can't enter the Great Formation. As an expert of the older generation, you should have heard of this saying, right? However, you still entered the Great Formation. You underestimated the means of a spiritual formation master. Today, I will use the Great Formation to completely destroy you." Lin Feng sneered and activated another Great Formation. Forbidden Heaven Formation. This Great Formation could isolate Fallen Moon City from the outside world. All the energy of heaven and earth was blocked by the Great Formation. Trapped in the Great Formation, one's body would be gradually consumed, but there would be no energy to replenish it. Although Ning Tushan was powerful, if he could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself, he would be killed by Lin Feng sooner or later. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful spiritual formation. You really surprised me. However, if you think you can win this battle, you are gravely mistaken. Ning Tushan showed a gloomy expression. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "What? Do you still have a trick up your sleeve?" "Friends hidden in the void. I have already taken away most of this kid's energy. Since you want to kill him, why don't you come out and join forces with me to kill this kid?" Ning Tushan suddenly let out a long howl. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the void. An ancient void ship leaped through the void and docked above Fallen Moon City. As expected of a quasi-rebirth realm expert, we hid in the ancient void ship, but you still found us. A voice said, "Lu Mengyan." After hearing this voice, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Lu Mengyan did not appear, and was still in the ancient void ship. She sneered and said, "That's right. It's me. Lin Feng, you didn't expect to meet me here, right? You also didn't expect to die at my hands today, right?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Die at your hands? With that little bit of cultivation of yours? What a joke." "Ha ha ha ha. The Tsang Ming Death God Squad, am here to kill you?" At this time, wild laughter came from the ancient void ship. Boom, boom. Streaks of terrifying auras filled the air. A total of 15 terrifying auras surged out. Every one of them was stronger than Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu, who Lin Feng had killed earlier. This meant that the 15 cultivators in the ancient void ship were at least at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Lin Feng even sensed that one of them was not much weaker than Ning Tushan. With so many high-level overlords attacking at the same time, it was definitely a disaster for Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape today. Later, I will personally kill you. I will kill you as easily as I would kill a bug," said Lin Feng furiously. Lu Mengyan's proud voice sounded. Chapter 11:13. Lu Mengyan looked as if she had already taken control of Lin Feng's life and death. "It's too early to be proud." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "We're just confident in ourselves." Lu Mengyan sneered. Ning Tushan said, "Kid, you're so young, but your cultivation is amazing. You also have such a powerful talent in spiritual arrays. I have to say, even though I admire you, you shouldn't have offended the Ning family. Anyone who offends the Ning family will die. Let's do it, lest something unexpected happens." Lu Mengyan sneered. "Ha ha ha ha." At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Ning Tushan, Lu Mengyan, and the others were slightly stunned. He was about to die, but he was laughing like this. This made them very confused. "I'm laughing at how stupid and self-righteous you people are." Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I knew someone was hiding in the dark, so I didn't use my strongest attack against Ning Tushan. I wanted to wait for them to show up so I could kill them all. But I didn't think the one hiding in the dark would be you, Lu Mengyan. I've heard that Huang Fuqing Tian subdued a group of extremely strong pirates in the Tsang Ming Sea region. They must be the pirates on the ancient boat. Those pirates are all evil and cruel. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Today, I'm going to execute justice on behalf of the heavens and kill all these pirates." A member of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad sneered. "Brat, do you really think that you can take our lives? Are you daydreaming?" The pirates' words immediately caused the other pirates to burst into laughter. These people were mocking Lin Feng for overestimating himself. "We'll know whether it's a dream or not after the battle." Lin Feng sneered. "I'll hold this kid back. You guys go kill him." Ning Tushan said, "No problem." Lu Mengyan nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Immediately after, the two sides began to fight. Ning Tushan attacked the Star River with all his might. In Ning Tushan's opinion, Lin Feng had to expend a lot of energy to activate the Star River Grand Array and activate the power of the Star River to resist his attack. Otherwise, if the Milky Way were to shatter, then he would die even faster. However, what surprised Ning Tushan was that Lin Feng did not add any power to the galaxy array when he attacked the galaxy. Instead, he allowed Ning Tushan to attack. Ning Tushan suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Ning Tushan didn't think too much about it. In Ning Tushan's opinion, no matter what tricks Lin Feng played, he would still die in front of absolute strength. Ning Tushan increased the intensity of his attacks. The Milky Way began to shatter, which made Ning Tushan reveal an unusually happy expression. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyan and the others drove the ancient void ship towards Lin Feng. They shuttled through the numerous chains of order. He was gradually approaching Lin Feng. Baleful Yin Qi, I need your strength to form an Yin Ghost army. Come and help me, said the evil Qi of the earth. At this time, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. An ancient voice came out of his mouth. No one knew what language it was. Only Lin Feng knew. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. This was an ancient summoning spell. The Celestial Master Sect could use the power of the 9 veins of heaven and 9 veins of earth to fight against the enemy. The evil Yin Qi belonged to the dark attribute power recorded in the 9 veins of earth. In the place where Fallen Moon City was located, the evil Yin Qi was extremely dense. Because this place was a frontier fortress, countless large-scale battles had broken out over the years. Countless people had died. For example, in the war between the Zhenwu country and the Orc Empire 9 years ago, millions of people died on both sides. And this was only one battle. Over the long years, the number of people who had died here was simply uncountable. If too many people died, it would cause the Yin Qi to gather and sink into the ground, forming evil Yin Qi. In the frontier fortress, evil winds often howled at night, and malicious ghosts appeared. This was because the evil Yin Qi was too dense. And Lin Feng wanted to mobilize this evil Yin Qi. Why was the Celestial Master Sect strong? It was strong because it could mobilize all kinds of power between heaven and earth for its own use. Rumble! Rumble! The earth trembled violently. Then, the earth cracked. Endless evil Yin Qi surged out from the cracked earth. What happened? The cultivators outside cried out in shock. Because Fallen Moon City was enveloped by a large array, they couldn't see the situation inside. They were all waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, such a terrible thing happened in the originally peaceful outside world. Crisscrossing fissures appeared. The evil Yin Qi covered the sky. Evil Yin Ghost Army. Evil Yin Ghost Army. The baleful Yin Qi surging out from the ground transformed into Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Woo, 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 the sound of a bugle horn resounded. The ghost soldiers gathered. Countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals were gathered together. There was no telling how many of them there were. What kind of method is this? Many people cried out in horror and quickly retreated. It's the evil Yin Qi from the underground. Someone summoned the evil Yin Qi from the underground and condensed it into ghost soldiers. It's said that this is the long-lost inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism. Who on earth got the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism? An old cultivator exclaimed, "The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. No way that heaven-defying inheritance has appeared again." Obviously, many cultivators had heard of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect and were shocked. Absolutely. Apart from the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect, there is no other inheritance that can control the evil Yin Qi. The old cultivator said, with certainty, "It's very likely that it's Lin Feng." No wonder he has such a heaven-defying understanding of formations at such a young age. It turns out that he obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. A treasure could make countless people go crazy and fight for it. Not to mention the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. However, those greedy cultivators didn't choose to make a move at this time. They were all waiting and watching. Rumble! The army of ghost soldiers crushed the void and rushed into the formation. At this time, Ning Tushan broke through the starry river and rushed toward Lin Feng with a murderous look. Lu Mengyan and the others also controlled the ancient void ship to avoid the chains of order. They were only 100 meters away from Lin Feng. They would soon reach Lin Feng and kill him. In the eyes of Ning Tushan and Lu Mengyan, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. He couldn't escape. However, at this moment, the void shook violently. Endless baleful yin qi surged over. Amidst the baleful yin qi, a huge army of ghost soldiers and ghost generals crushed the void and rushed over at high speed. Heavens, what's that? When Ning Tushan, Lu Mengyan, and the others saw the huge army of ghosts, their faces turned pale with horror. Chapter 11:14. The Ghost Legion's aura was extremely terrifying. Now, the huge legion seemed to have come from hell, crushing the world. Anyone who saw it would be terrified. Ning Tushan and Lu Mengyan were indeed very powerful, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deal with such a huge ghost legion. Between heaven and earth, there was a destructive aura, as if the end of the world had arrived. The baleful yin qi that covered the sky completely sealed the place. Oh no, this guy can actually summon the baleful yin qi underground to form the ghost legion. Run, we are no match for him in this place. A horrified voice came from the void ancient ship. The void ancient ship rushed out, but Ning Tushan's reaction was faster, and he took the lead to rush out. Iron Blood War Flag, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He took out a precious treasure. It was a precious treasure he had made to control the gloomy qi in the area and create an army of gloomy ghosts. Lin Feng waved the Iron Blood War flag in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the Ghost Legion would rush in that direction. Bang! Ning Tushan, who was rushing out, was suddenly sent flying dozens of meters away by the Ghost Legion. The densely packed army drowned Ning Tushan, splitting heaven and earth. Ning Tushan roared, holding the heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber, and slashed down. A huge saber light that was thousands of feet long condensed, as if it could tear the world apart, cut through the void, and suddenly slashed down. That kind of power was truly shocking. A gap was torn in the Ghost Legion, and a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals were killed. Ning Tushan quickly escaped from the gap. However, it wasn't that easy for him to escape. The army of dead ghosts was simply too large. It was endless, as long as the baleful yin qi did not dissipate. That way, the army of ghosts could be formed continuously. In the outside world, the baleful yin qi was still gushing out from the cracked ground. The baleful yin qi continued to turn into ghost soldiers and ghost generals rushing over to support. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals were really powerful. In the continuous battle, Ning Tushan was also seriously injured. A huge wound was torn in his abdomen, and blood immediately flowed out. If he did not react fast enough, he would have been cut in half by the ghost general. Shatter the void. Lin Feng pointed the Steel Blood War banner at the ancient void ship. The army of ghosts charged at the ancient void ship. Crack! Crack! The ancient void ship couldn't take it anymore and started to crack. Not good. Get out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the ancient void ship self-destructed, they would likely be buried inside. Therefore, Lu Mengyan and the others didn't dare to linger. They rushed out before the ancient void ship was destroyed. Bang! In the next moment, the ancient void ship was completely torn apart. The formation self-destructed, devouring all the ghost soldiers within a few hundred meters. Lu Mengyan and the others broke out in cold sweat. They gathered together and quickly broke out of the encirclement, but soon Lu Mengyan and the others were scattered by the Ghost Legion. Wherever the army passed, no one could stop them. Puff, puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard one after another. The members of the Tsang Ming Reaper team were killed by the Ghoul army one after another. Even Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm, was severely injured, let alone the Tsang Ming Death God Squad. Their cultivations were indeed strong, but against such a large army, only death awaited them. I don't want to die. The members of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad cried out in fear. They were pirates and feared death the most. Now that they saw their companions being killed one after another, their faces turned pale. Rumble, the army crushed the heavens and the earth. People were constantly being drowned by the Ghoul army. There were still 3 abnormally strong members of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad that hadn't been killed by the Ghoul army. One of them was at the 10th layer of the life and death realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer of the life and death realm. The 3 of them met up with Lu Mengyan and were about to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng sneered and directly activated the Regal Sword Tomb. Under the Regal Sword control art, 3 treasured swords flew out and cooperated with the Ghoul army to launch a fierce attack on these people. After a few hundred exchanges, puff, puff, 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard as 2 9th layer life and death realm cultivators were killed. Now, only Lu Mengyan and the 10th layer life and death realm expert were left. Although Lu Mengyan's cultivation wasn't particularly strong, she had a lot of treasures on her. She took out a small purple ball-shaped defensive treasure. That treasure released rays of purple light to protect her body. The defense created by this treasure had blocked dozens of attacks from the Black Dragon Sword. From this, one could see how powerful this treasure was. Lin Feng controlled the Black Dragon Sword to continue attacking Lu Mengyan. The lifeless sword attacked the captain of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad, who was the only 10th layer life and death realm expert that hadn't been killed. The spring and autumn sword slashed towards Ning Tushan. As the battle progressed, more and more ghoul soldiers and generals gathered. Lin Feng's side grew stronger and stronger. As for Lu Mengyan, Ning Tushan, and the captain of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad, they were constantly being whittled down. In this battle of attrition, Lin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. While the leader of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad was fending off the attacks of the army of ghosts, the merciless sword took advantage of the moment when the leader of the Tsang Ming Death God Squad had expended a lot of his mana, and his movements had slowed down. It flew over and beheaded him. Boundary-breaking talisman. Seeing this scene, Lu Mengyan's face turned as white as paper. She gritted her teeth and took out a treasure. This was a talisman that could break through all barriers and restrictions. It was a treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Lu Mengyan had accidentally obtained this treasure. However, this treasure could only be used once. It was a treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. Now that she had no choice but to use it, Lu Mengyan's heart ached. The boundary-breaking talisman was activated, and a ball of golden light enveloped Lu Mengyan. Then, it quickly rushed outside. The golden light blocked all the attacks and brought Lu Mengyan out of the range of the array. It quickly rushed into the distance. Someone came out. Many people were shocked. Clearly, many cultivators had thought that this battle was between Lin Feng and Ning Tushan. They hadn't thought that there would be someone else. However, the golden light wrapped around Lu Mengyan, so no one could see her face clearly. After Lu Mengyan escaped, Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy. He used all his strength to urge the ghoul army and the 3 treasured swords to attack Ning Tushan crazily. Ning Tushan was under great pressure. Bang! He suffered a heavy blow. Half of his body exploded, and he was dripping with blood. Ning Tushan died. Lin Feng waved the iron blood battle flag, and the army crushed Ning Tushan. Bloodbreak escape technique. Ning Tushan's face twisted. In the face of such a dangerous situation, he used the ancient Ning family's secret escape technique. His body exploded. He destroyed his own body and attached his primordial spirit to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. His exploded body burned fiercely, supporting the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. The heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade tore through the ghoul army and quickly rushed out of the array. Hurry up and leave. After rushing out, a low roar came from the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Ning Tushan was warning Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza. Ning Tushan's body has been destroyed. Only his primordial spirit is attached to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Many people roared in shock. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert, but now he had ended up in such a miserable state. Many people couldn't believe it. Both Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza were horrified, and they quickly ran away. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky reached out and grabbed Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza. The 2 of them screamed and were crushed to death in the next moment. Chapter 11:15. Swoosh. After Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza were crushed to death, Lin Feng walked out of the formation. The 2 of them were quite powerful and shouldn't have been killed so easily. Just now, they were panicking and only wanted to escape. They didn't pay attention to the situation in the formation. Lin Feng condensed a huge palm with dark yin qi and crushed them to death. Ning Tushan was full of hatred, but he didn't dare to stay and fled into the distance. It really is Lin Feng. Many people took a deep breath when they saw Lin Feng. Ning Tushan and another group of powerhouses attacked Lin Feng together. Now, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The inheritance of the celestial master path. It was terrifying. Many people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The human heart was greedy. Lin Feng knew that when the inheritance of the celestial master path was exposed, it would inevitably attract many people's attention. Feeling the malicious gazes around him, he couldn't help but snort. Hearing Lin Feng's snort, many people couldn't help but shudder. Now, everyone realized that Lin Feng was not a pushover. Although he was young, his cultivation was quite heaven-defying. Moreover, the inheritance of the celestial master path was so terrifying. If they wanted to fight against Lin Feng, they had to think about their own abilities first. Many people who came back to their senses felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly suppressed their greed and didn't dare to continue to show hostility to Lin Feng. They were afraid that Lin Feng would attack them again. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these small fries. The ones who were a real threat to him and coveted the inheritance of the celestial master path were the powerhouses who hid themselves well. They weren't ants who couldn't even hide their emotions. He chose a direction and quickly chased. The direction Lin Feng chased was the direction where Lu Mengyan escaped. There was a reason why he chased Lu Mengyan instead of Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan's physical body was now destroyed, and only his primordial spirit was left. Even if he could find a new physical body, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his strength would also be greatly reduced, and a drop in his realm was already inevitable. Therefore, Ning Tushan was no longer much of a threat. The real threat was Lu Mengyan. During the battle, Lin Feng observed Lu Mengyan and realized that she was still a virgin. This Lu Mengyan had one of the three great dual cultivation physiques, the water spirit body. This type of physique was extremely heaven-defying, especially the first time he dual cultivated with this type of physique. His cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Bai Ying had one of the three great dual cultivation constitutions, the Yin spirit body. When Lin Feng and Bai Ying first dual cultivated, their cultivation had greatly increased. The reason why Huangfu Qingtian valued Lu Mengyan so much was naturally not because he was greedy for her beauty. A person like Huangfu Qingtian had many goddesses throwing themselves at him. What was Lu Mengyan to him? He was spying on Lu Mengyan's water spirit body. He had been waiting for Lu Mengyan to raise her strength so that he could dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. Of course, it could also be to pluck Lu Mengyan. However, whether it was dual cultivation or plucking, Huangfu Qingtian's strength would increase crazily. Now, Lu Mengyan had also cultivated to the second heaven of the creation realm, which was not low. At this time, the benefits of plucking or dual cultivating with Lu Mengyan were unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to chase after Lu Mengyan. He had to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's plan. Huangfu Qingtian had cultivated Lu Mengyan for so many years. It was estimated that he would soon pluck Lu Mengyan or dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan if he let Huangfu Qingtian succeed. Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation would greatly increase again. He would be too passive. If he could catch Lu Mengyan and pluck Lu Mengyan, then his cultivation would be greatly improved. As for Huangfu Qingtian, his efforts would be in vain. The golden energy wrapped around Lu Mengyan and flew for more than 30 miles before dissipating. They're all dead. They're all dead. Lin Feng is so terrifying that he even obtained the inheritance of the celestial master path. I have to quickly return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'll be safe once I return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'm afraid that eldest senior brother still doesn't know that Lin Feng is so powerful. I have to tell eldest senior brother all the information so that he can be on guard against him. Lu Mengyan's face was pale. She didn't dare to stay and quickly flew into the distance. However, Lu Mengyan couldn't escape smoothly. She only flew for 100 miles before Lin Feng caught up to her. Lu Mengyan, have you ever thought that you would be captured by me? Lin Feng sneered at Lu Mengyan. After seeing Lin Feng, Lu Mengyan was so scared that her face turned pale. She turned and flew in another direction. Lin Feng rushed forward and caught Lu Mengyan. Then, he carried Lu Mengyan on his shoulder. "Put me down. What are you doing to me?" Lu Mengyan struggled, her face full of fear. "I heard that you have a water spirit body. Perfect. I'll use you to increase my cultivation today." Lin Feng smiled. Lu Mengyan shouted in fear, "You can't do this to me. I'm eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian's woman. If you dare touch me, eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian will tear you to pieces," said Lin Feng, smiling icily. "Huangfu Qingtian is only interested in your water body. That's all. You know that. If he took your virginity, you'd be useless to him. Besides, Huangfu Qingtian and I are sworn enemies. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" said Lin Feng, smiling icily. After saying that, Lin Feng found a dry cave. Soon, Lu Mengyan's painful screams came from the cave. The water spirit body was indeed worthy of being one of the three great dual cultivation constitutions. The three great dual cultivation constitutions were the water spirit body, the Yin spirit body, and the ice spirit body. The water spirit body was ranked first. Lu Mengyan had gathered a large amount of the purest yin energy in her body. The pure yin energy made Lin Feng very excited. If he could absorb it all, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lu Mengyan bit her lips and begged, "Senior brother, I'm already your woman. I'll serve you well in the future. Please don't take me." Lu Mengyan looked very pitiful. Clearly, Lu Mengyan knew that she had lost her virginity and had no value to Huangfu Qingtian. She couldn't return to Huangfu Qingtian's side. If she did, Huangfu Qingtian would probably be furious and reward her to someone else. Therefore, Lu Mengyan wanted to seduce Lin Feng. It's better to drain the pond to fish than to drain it. Lin Feng understood this principle. Keeping Lu Mengyan by his side and dual cultivating with her was much more beneficial than taking her all at once. Lin Feng said, "Since the heavens are virtuous, I'll spare you this time. I just happen to be lacking a maid, so you can be my maid in the future." "Thank you, young master." Lu Mengyan took a deep breath. Lin Feng had promised not to pluck her, but to practice dual cultivation with her. If he did that, she would die tragically. If he did that, she would also benefit from it. After absorbing Lu Mengyan's pure yin energy, Lin Feng felt the magic energy in his body surge like a great river flowing through his meridians. Chapter 11:16. The dermic powers in his body surged. Lin Feng was one with his mind as he circulated his dermic powers with all his might to cleanse his body. At this time, Lu Mengyan also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Because it was dual cultivation and not plucking, Lu Mengyan also received many benefits. Originally, Lin Feng was already about to break through to the 7th level of the creation realm. After dual cultivating with Lu Mengyan, Lin Feng finally completed the breakthrough. His realm quickly broke through the barrier of the 7th level of the creation realm. And Lin Feng's breakthrough did not end there. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the number of dermic powers hovering in his body also increased. Lin Feng's cultivation rose all the way. From the beginner of the 7th level of the creation realm, it quickly rose to the intermediate level, then to the advanced level, and not long after, to the peak level. Rumble, the dermic powers in his body surged, producing the sound of a surging river. Lin Feng circulated his dermic powers with all his might, preparing to break through to the 8th level of the creation realm. Divine origin. Primordial fiend, liquid. Galaxy divine, liquid. Lin Feng refined these 3 treasures at the same time. The 3 treasures turned into the purest energy and merged into Lin Feng's dermic powers. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, he broke through the barrier of the realm, a total of 365 times. Finally, the barrier of the realm was broken through. The stronger the dermic powers in his body, the more dermic powers hovering in his dantian. In Lin Feng's dantian, the densely packed dermic powers intertwined together, forming an ocean of dermic powers. Above the dermic powers were Lin Feng's various divine abilities. All the divine abilities revolved around Lin Feng's sovereign Tao as the center. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. With his savings, he had broken through 2 levels in a row. It was simply unbelievable. If it were an ordinary cultivator, breaking through 7 or 8 levels would not be a problem at all. Lu Mengyan had also benefited greatly. She had directly broken through from the 2nd layer of the creation realm to the 9th layer of the creation realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly inconceivable. Dual cultivation is indeed the fastest way to increase one's cultivation. However, for a water spirit body like Lu Mengyan to appear once every 10,000 years, it's already quite good. To find another water spirit body is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought to himself, I'm already at the 9th layer of the creation realm. Lu Mingyan's expression was full of shock. It seems like the water spirit body is much stronger than I thought. The Yin spirit body and the ice spirit body can't compare to it. Lin Feng said, Thank you for not plucking Meng Yan. If you had been so cruel, Meng Yan would have turned into a skeleton by now. Lu Mengyan had a charming look on her face. Lin Feng said, In the future, learn more about sex. As a female slave, if you don't know how to serve a man, you'll fail. Lu Mengyan blushed and said, If you teach me more, Meng Yan will become more and more familiar with it. I'll also become better at serving people. Very quickly, the sound of rotting flesh could be heard from the cave. Ancient Ning clan. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. Everyone looked gloomy and didn't say anything. How's the great elder now? Ning Jiang asked. He's now in a meditation room to recover. An elder called Ning Tianqi said. Everyone, what do you think? Let's talk now. Ning Jiang said gloomily. Who would have thought that that kid would have the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect? Our ancient Ning clan has suffered too many losses. The second elder, Ning Tuha, sighed. The ancient Ning clan had lost the 12 shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianza. Even though the great elder, Ning Tushan, hadn't died, his physical body had been destroyed, and only his primordial spirit was left. He was basically crippled, a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator, 5 tycoons, 11 quasi-tycoons. Such a huge loss was an unbearable loss for any top force. Should we ask the ancestor to help us? Asked the third elder, Ning Tukai. Ning Jiang shook his head. The ancestor is in seclusion. We can't disturb him unless it's a matter of life and death. Then what should we do? Maybe we should ask the great elders to help us? Asked Ning Tuha. The great elders were the older generation of the Ning clan. They basically didn't come out to the outside world anymore. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. There were about 20 to 30 great elders in the Ning clan. They were all quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. Maybe that's the only way. Ning Jiang nodded gloomily. The elders don't care about the outside world anymore. Why should we disturb them? I'll go and kill that kid called Lin Feng. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and handsome young cultivator walking over from outside the hall. The young cultivator used spatial bending to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. In 2 steps, he was already in the hall. Tao you've come out. Ning Jiang was delighted when he saw the newcomer. Father. Ning Li Tao bowed to Ning Jiang. He was the #1 genius of the Ning clan. In the past 30,000 years, he was the first genius to reach a 100% pure bloodline. He had also shown during the battle of the 3,000 prefectures. 2 years ago, he had followed the ancestor into seclusion. Now, he had finally come out. There's no need for formalities between father and son. Ning Jiang smiled. The second elder, Ning Tuha, asked, Is the ancestor doing well? The ancestor is doing well. Please don't worry, second elder, said the third elder. With Tao, personally taking action, that kid called Lin Feng will definitely die. The rest of the Ning clan's upper echelons nodded. Obviously, they were very confident in Ning Li Tao. I'll go meet him now. Ning Li Tao didn't stop. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Fallen Moon City was quite lively. Lin Feng saw many familiar faces such as Jiang Yudi, Yu Ji, Murong Baichuan, and the others. They could be considered old friends, so they chatted happily. Lu Mengyan served them by the side, pouring wine for them. Murong Baichuan and the others seemed to know Lu Mengyan, but they didn't find it strange. They didn't care about a nobody like Lu Mengyan. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, "No wonder Lin Feng's spirit array skills are so high. It turns out that you obtained the inheritance of the celestial master path. However, I'm afraid this news will spread quickly. There are too many people in this world who are interested in the inheritance of the celestial master path. You'll have to be careful from now on." Jiang Yudi wasn't exaggerating. The inheritance of the celestial master path would make many people go crazy. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and steal it. Yu Ji said, "With Lin Feng's strength, it won't be easy for ordinary people to kill him and steal the inheritance of the celestial master path. However, there's one faction that you have to be wary of. This faction will definitely come." Murong Baichuan's expression changed slightly. "Palace Master Yu, are you talking about that terrifying faction?" Chapter 11:17. When he saw that even Murong Baichuan, who was in charge of the Alchemist Union of the 72 prefectures in the north, was afraid of that faction, Lin Feng knew that the faction they were talking about was no small matter. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "May I know what this faction is? Is it that terrifying?" "The world is divided into yin and yang, sun and moon, and black and white. These are the two extremes. Many things follow this principle. There is the ancient celestial master path's inheritance, and there is another inheritance that has always been hostile to the celestial master path. This faction is called the Earth Master Path, the celestial master path, the Earth Master Path. Heaven and Earth, they oppose each other." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just by hearing the name, he felt that the Earth Master Path that Yu Ji was talking about was definitely not simple. "What's so special about this branch?" Lin Feng asked. "It's very special. In some ways, the Earth Master Path and the Celestial Master Path are very similar," Murong Baichuan said. Murong Baichuan, "The geographers have many powerful formations and secret techniques. They can also borrow the power of different terrains. For example, when you fought against Ning Tushan, you used the evil Inchi underground. Actually, the geographers have similar methods." "Is there a grudge between the Celestial Master Path and the Earth Master Path?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yudi said, "There's a saying that people of the same trade are enemies, but enmity doesn't necessarily mean that there is hatred. Look at the three great sects of tomb raiding: the Moving Mountain Taoist, the Tomb Raider, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. These three sects have always been fighting openly and secretly because they are enemies of the same trade. One sect eating a meal is better than three sects eating a meal together, right? It's all because of greed." Lin Feng frowned. Jiang Yudi nodded and said, "Indeed, you can understand it that way. However, the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters is actually much deeper than the grudge between the mountain-moving Taoist, the Tomb Raiding Commandant, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. The grudge between the three tomb raiding sects stems from the distribution of benefits and competition, while the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters stems from the restriction of inheritance." Lin Feng asked, "The legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage counters the legacy of the Earthly Master lineage?" Said Yu Ji. "To be more precise, it's not a restriction, it's a suppression. The Celestial Masters have many powerful inheritances, and the Celestial Masters also have similar inheritances. However, the Celestial Masters' inheritances are even more powerful. They can also control gloomy chi. You can condense gloomy chi into Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Those Yin soldiers and ghost generals are extremely powerful, but the Celestial Master's inheritances can only condense evil spirits. Thus, the Earth Master lineage is jealous of the Heavenly Master lineage Is that why he hates the heavenly masters so much? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yu Ji, Jiang Yudi, and Murong Baichuan nodded. Murong Baichuan continued. The celestial masters' inheritances are extremely rare, and the celestial masters' members can't meet each other. In other words, the celestial masters' members are all alone. The Earth Master lineage doesn't have such restrictions, and there are many branches. Naturally, they will covet the celestial masters' inheritances. Thus, more than once, the Earth Master lineage has besieged the celestial masters' members. Both sides have victories and defeats. The Earth Master lineage has suffered great losses, but some of the celestial masters' members have also been killed by the Earth Master lineage's members. I'm guessing that the Earth Master lineage has also obtained part of the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance, so you have to be careful. If the Earth Master lineage's members learn that the Celestial Master's members have appeared, they will definitely try to kill you and steal the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance. Said Lin Feng. Many killings in the world are caused by greed and jealousy. The Earth Master lineage's members had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind burying them in the sands of time. With your strength, as long as you're careful, you should be fine. However, you still have to be on guard against the ancient Ning clan, said Jiang Yudi. Although the ancient Ning clan isn't particularly powerful among the ancient aristocratic families, they're still an ancient aristocratic family, so they still have some foundation. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient Ning clan is also at the rebirth realm, so you have to be on guard against him. Said Yu Ji. The ancestor of the ancient Ning clan encountered some problems with his cultivation, so he's been in seclusion. He probably won't appear to deal with Lin Feng. However, there's another person in the ancient Ning clan who's very terrifying. His name is Ning Li Tao, and he's the first one in the ancient Ning clan who's 100% pure-blooded in the past 30,000 years. He's awakened the bloodline of the ancient Ning clan, and he participated in the Battle of the 3,000 Prefectures when he was only 16 years old. Lin Feng replied, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If that person comes looking for me, I won't be afraid of him. Yu Ji and the others also left one after another. Fallen Moon City became peaceful again, but there were still many cultivators who didn't leave. It was because they felt that the archaic Ning family wouldn't just let things go like this, that they still had other plans. As such, they were waiting here. On this day, a terrifying aura enveloped the Fallen Moon City. Ning Li Tao walked in the void, startling everyone. He was like a young god. The aura emitted from his body made countless people feel a suffocating pressure. Isn't that Ning Li Tao? He's the leader of the ancient Ning clan's younger generation, and he's 100% pure-blooded. He's here in person. He's a chosen. Is he going to fight Lin Feng personally? Many people cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited because they felt that they were about to witness a battle between the strongest cultivators of the younger generation. Lin Feng stepped out and floated above Fallen Moon City, looking at Ning Li Tao. Ning Li Tao also looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and Ning Li Tao turned around and left. Why did he leave? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng frowned. He could see the battle intent in Ning Li Tao's eyes, but Ning Li Tao didn't make a move. The battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces is about to start. Is he going to fight during the battle of the geniuses? Lu Mengyan asked. Lin Feng nodded. Maybe. Lin Feng stayed in Fallen Moon City for another half a month before leaving. He returned to the Blue Cloud sect. 10 days later, Huangfu Qingtian arrived. He stood outside the Supreme Mountain and looked towards it. The entire sect was alarmed. What did Huangfu Qingtian want to do at the Supreme Peak? Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Feng in advance? "Senior brother Huang Fu, did you come here to drink with me?" Lin Feng appeared and looked at Huang Fu Qingtian. Huang Fu Qingtian smiled. "Many things have exceeded my expectations, but there's one thing I have to tell you, no matter how much a flea jumps, it's still a flea." Huang Fu Qingtian looked deeply at Lin Feng before leaving. He had described Lin Feng as a flea full of disdain and mockery. Huang Fu Qingtian didn't want to infuriate Lin Feng. Those were his true thoughts. Huang Fu Qingtian didn't care about Lin Feng at all. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was just a flea that could jump higher. Chapter 11:18. Lin Feng lifted his eyelids and looked at Huang Fu Qingtian's back with a cold smile. Huang Fu Qingtian was indeed very strong and had great forbearance, which made Lin Feng even more wary. The prodigy battle was about to start again. It was an extremely important event for the 3,000 provinces. The prodigy battle started more than 30,000 years ago. Every 10 years, a prodigy battle would be held. All the young cultivators who participated in the prodigy battle would enter the prodigy battlefield. The prodigy battlefield was a very strange place with its own rules. Only young cultivators under 300 years of age could enter the prodigy battlefield. Cultivators had a long lifespan and could live for thousands of years. 300 years of age was indeed a very young lifespan for cultivators. Because of the age restriction in the battlefield of prodigies, many middle-generation powerhouses and older powerhouses were unable to enter. This ensured the fairness of the prodigy battlefield. There were many opportunities, divine weapons, ancient inheritances, and mysterious alien races in the prodigy battlefield. It was said that killing the mysterious alien races could give one the heaven crystals in their bodies. The heaven crystals recorded the ultimate divine powers passed down from the alien races. Many of the divine powers were even comparable to the primordial divine powers. There was also a rumor that some heaven crystals were branded with 3,000 great das. This was enough to make countless people crazy. In addition to the heaven crystals, the alien races also had heaven stones. Heaven stones were similar to spirit stones in that they could provide heaven and earth energy. However, the value of a heaven stone was incomparable to spirit stones. The energy contained in a heaven stone was far purer than that of a supreme grade spirit stone. Therefore, the value of a heaven stone was unimaginable. If one could obtain a heaven stone and use it to cultivate, then one's cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, many prodigies who participated in the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle could not only establish their prestige in the 3,000 provinces, but also obtain the heaven crystals and heaven stones from the alien races. This was also the reason why so many people attached great importance to the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that the cultivators who performed outstandingly in the prodigy battle of the 3,000 prefectures would receive great fortune. It was said that the cultivators who occupied the heavenly pillar of fortune would receive the fortune from the prodigy battle. This kind of good fortune was very mysterious. However, those who obtained it all had great luck on their bodies. They had experienced fortuitous encounters and were extremely mysterious. Today, the battle of geniuses was about to begin once again, causing countless people to look forward to it. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Feng had been consolidating his cultivation base and stabilizing his realm. Finally, the news of the reopening of the Heaven's Favorites battlefield quickly spread throughout the 3,000 continents. The last time the prodigy battlefield had opened, Lin Feng had only been 16 years old. At that time, he had still been a student at Jialan Academy. Lin Feng didn't know anything about the mysterious world of cultivators. Now, 10 years had passed, and the Battle of Geniuses had reopened. Lin Feng had already grown to the point where he could kill an ancient tycoon. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in the battle of geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. The old drunkard said, "The battle of geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. I really want to participate. Back in the day, I was also heroic and heroic. Let's go, let's go." Just as the old drunkard was immersed in his self-satisfaction, Lin Feng waved his hand and called for the disciples on Mount Supreme to leave. "Fuck, I'm not done yet," shouted the old drunkard. The northern wasteland city was very lively. If one wanted to go to the Battle of Geniuses, they had to take a space-time wormhole that was directly connected to the Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses was like a small parallel world that was connected to the Tianwu continent. There was a spatial node that only opened once every 10 years. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the northern wasteland city, the teleportation portal was extremely lively. The blue cloud sects Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi are here. Some people recognized Lin Feng and came forward to greet him. Now that Lin Feng could kill an ancient tycoon, he could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the wasteland region. After all, there weren't any powerful sects in the wasteland region. Among the many experts who came to greet him, Lin Feng saw the beautiful deacon of Nebula Pavilion, Tao Shi. Tao Shi didn't have a good reputation in Nebula Pavilion. Many people said that she was a fickle woman. However, Lin Feng was sincerely grateful to Tao Shi. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Nebula Pavilion after killing Shen Yuyang. If he had been trapped in Nebula Pavilion, he would have definitely been killed by Elder Xing Xian. "Sister Shi, are you also going to the Battle of Geniuses?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Whoosh! Countless people looked at Tao Shi. Many people had astonished expressions. Who would believe that an ordinary deacon of Nebula Pavilion would know a top expert like Lin Feng? Is this Lin Feng, the Lin Feng, who escaped from Nebula Pavilion 6 years ago? Escaped from Nebula Pavilion? What happened 6 years ago? It's said that he offended Elder Xing Xian and escaped from Nebula Pavilion. He went to the 10,000 Laws sect and Deity Sword Villa, hoping to join them. However, he was chased away by the 10,000 Laws sect's Elder Luo Sun and Deity Sword Villa's Elder Fuju because he didn't have a recommendation letter. Later, he joined the Blue Cloud sect and rose rapidly. He is now one of the top 10 experts of the Wasteland region. What happened? Then wouldn't the people of Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws sect, and Deity Sword Villa regret it to death? Many people were talking about it. At this moment, Tao Shi looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and couldn't believe that Lin Feng still remembered her. After all, she was too ordinary. She had only met Lin Feng a few times back then and didn't have much of a relationship with him. Tao Shi came back to her senses and quickly nodded. "That's right. I heard that there are many opportunities in the battlefield of prodigies, so I wanted to try my luck. Take these things to protect yourself. It shouldn't be a problem." Lin Feng took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Tao Shi. Many people stared at the jade talismans in Tao Shi's hands. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Half a year ago, he had almost killed Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm. How powerful would the talismans that Lin Feng refined be? It was hard to imagine. Tao Shi was overjoyed. Lin Feng bowed slightly and took the jade talismans. Lin Feng, on Nebula Pavilion's side, Yu Fan and Han Shuo squeezed through the crowd and looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy to see Yu Fan. They were good brothers that they had made when they went to Nebula Pavilion together. "How have you been these years?" asked Lin Feng. Yu Fan nodded and said, "We've been well. We're now following Almighty Zhong Yun to cultivate." Chapter 1119. Lin Feng had a pretty good impression of Zhong Yun. Back then, Zhong Yun had helped Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo escape from a group of black-clothed deathsworn. Of course, the main reason why Zhong Yun had helped them was because Lin Feng had given him the Sword of Souls. Yu Fan had also given Zhong Yun a piece of immortal Tier Qilin iron he had obtained. However, Zhong Yun wasn't a bad person. He didn't turn his back on Lin Feng. After scaring away the Deathsworn, he brought Lin Feng and the others to Nebula Pavilion and asked Elder Xing Xian to take care of them. However, Elder Xing Xian had secretly gone against Zhong Yun's will. It's not bad to be able to cultivate by his side. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Zhong Yun saw Lin Feng and quickly walked over. He cupped his fists and said, "Lin Gongzi, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Everything is fine. I have to thank Almighty Zhong Yun for taking care of my two friends." Zhong Yun said, "The two of them have been cultivating diligently, and I also have the intention of nurturing them. However, I'm really sorry about what happened back then. I asked Elder Xing Xian to take care of the three of you, but I didn't think that he would dare to secretly attack Lin Gongzi." Zhong Yun was extremely angry about this matter. Firstly, Elder Xing Xian had attacked Lin Feng. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Secondly, Lin Feng's talent was shocking. In a short time, he had grown to a level that even Zhong Yun had to look up to. Nebula Pavilion had missed out on such a monstrous genius who could have very possibly brought Nebula Pavilion to prominence. It was a huge pity. Almighty Zhong Yun couldn't wait to tear Elder Xing Xian to shreds. However, Elder Xing Xian's master was even higher ranked than Zhong Yun in Nebula Pavilion. Almighty Zhong Yun was afraid of him, so he had been restraining himself from attacking Elder Xing Xian. Lin Feng said, "It's all in the past. I'm too lazy to deal with a small figure like Elder Xing Xian." Lin Feng immediately took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Yu Fan, so they could protect themselves. Next, he took out a white jade box. Inside the white jade box was a 50,000-year-old king herb. Compared to the jade talisman, Zhong Yun was definitely more interested in this kind of king medicine spirit herb. Zhong Yun opened the white jade box, and his eyes lit up when he saw this spiritual herb. Lin Feng said, "Supreme Elder Zhong Yun, please accept this king herb. It can save your life at a critical moment. It's better to be prepared with such a spirit herb." Supreme Being Zhong Yun said, "I'm not worthy of such a precious gift." Lin Feng said, "Supreme Elder Zhong Yun, I'm giving you this king herb because you've taken good care of my two brothers Yu Fan and Han Shuo. I thank you from the bottom of my heart and hope that Supreme Elder Zhong Yun will teach them well in the future." Supreme Elder Zhong Yun said, "Lin Gongzi, don't worry about this. Yu Fan and Han Shuo have been cultivating diligently, although their talents aren't particularly good. As the saying goes, as long as they work hard, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future." "All right, thank you for your kind words." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Feng then gave Yu Fan and Han Shuo 2 bottles of healing pills. He didn't give any to Yu Fan. If he gave Han Shuo a spirit herb that was over 10,000 years old, or even several tens of thousands of years old, it wouldn't be helping them, but harming them. With their cultivation, there would definitely be many people who would want to kill them and steal their treasures. They chatted for a while longer. Lin Feng then left. He entered the space-time wormhole with the people from Supreme Peak and quickly disappeared. Supreme Elder Zhong Yun and Lin Gongzi talked for so long. Do you guys think that Lin Gongzi will mention what happened back then? An elder from Nebula Pavilion whispered as he looked at the gloomy Elder Xing Xian. "I don't think so, right? What kind of existence is Lin Gongzi now? He can even kill an ancient powerhouse. If he wanted to kill Elder Xingxian, he could do it with a flick of his finger. Why didn't he kill Elder Xingxian when he saw him? It's actually because he doesn't care. Would you crush an ant when you see it? Another elder from Nebula Pavilion said, "Humph." When Elder Xingxian heard these elders' discussion, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He then sneered and said, "What, Lin Gongzi?" talking behind his back and calling him Lin Gongzi. So what if you call him by his name? Look at how scared you guys are. What a disgrace. I, Xingxian, am indeed no big deal in that brat's eyes. But so what? I'm living well, but that brat won't live for much longer. He has a death match with Huangfu Qingtian, and now he's offended the ancient Ning family. He's dead for sure. Back then, I knew that this brat would be a disaster. Fortunately, he didn't join Nebula Pavilion. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble he would have brought to our pavilion. What did you say? Just as Elder Xingxian finished speaking, an angry roar sounded. Many people looked over. Supreme Elder Zong Yun looked at Elder Xingxian angrily. Elder Xingxian had forced Lin Feng to leave, so Zong Yun hated him. Supreme Elder Zong Yun had endured until now and hadn't attacked Elder Xingxian. But today, when he heard Elder Xingxian's sarcastic words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. Now, there's a good show to watch. Back then, Supreme Elder Zong Yun brought Lin Feng to Nebula Pavilion. If Lin Feng was still in Nebula Pavilion, with his terrifying strength and Lin Feng's support, Supreme Elder Zong Yun might have stood out in the selection of the new pavilion master 3 years later. However, Lin Feng was forced to leave by Elder Xingxian. Elder Xingxian just mocked Lin Feng, but it was heard by Supreme Elder Zong Yun. It seems that Supreme Elder Zong Yun's anger can no longer be suppressed. I wonder how Supreme Elder Zong Yun will treat Elder Xingxian. Many people in Nebula Pavilion looked at Supreme Elder Zong Yun and Elder Xingxian, guessing what would happen next. Elder Xingxian was confident that he had the support of his master, Supreme Elder Tuoyi, so he wasn't afraid of Supreme Elder Zong Yun. This was because Supreme Elder Tuoyi had the most supporters among the successors, and he had the highest chance of becoming the new pavilion master. As the disciple of Supreme Elder Tuoyi, Elder Xingxian was naturally confident. Hearing Supreme Elder Zong Yun's question, he said indifferently, "Supreme Elder Zong Yun, I don't think I said anything wrong, right? That brat Lin Feng didn't join our Nebula Pavilion, and that's our fortune. If he had joined, our Nebula Pavilion would have been implicated by him sooner or later. You caused our Nebula Pavilion to miss out on such a genius, yet you still dare to speak so eloquently and refuse to admit your mistakes. How can someone like you be qualified to become an elder of Nebula Pavilion? Today, I will cripple you and strip you of your position as an elder." As soon as he finished speaking, Supreme Elder Zong Yun raised his right hand and slapped Elder Xingxian. At this time, Elder Xingxian's expression finally changed. He hadn't thought that Supreme Elder Zong Yun would really dare to attack him. He shouted, "If you dare attack me, my master, Supreme Elder Tuoyi, won't let you off. Humph, you offended Lin Gongzi, and even your master will be implicated by you. It won't be easy for him to become the new pavilion master. If he can't become the new pavilion master, why should I be afraid?" Supreme Elder Zong Yun sneered and slapped Elder Xingxian's dantian, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Crack! Elder Xingxian's dantian was shattered, and his cultivation was crippled. There was a thump. Elder Xingxian fell heavily to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was filled with fear and despair. "I've been crippled. I've actually been crippled. How could this be?" Elder Xingxian's voice was mournful. He was originally an yin-yang realm expert, and now that he had been crippled, it was 1,000 times more painful than killing him. Chapter 11:20. After flying for about 3 days in the space-time wormhole, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. The entire battlefield of geniuses was enveloped by a huge restriction. The battlefield of geniuses had its own laws of order. The restriction had not been opened yet, so they had to wait a little longer. Cultivators continued to enter the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. After arriving, Lin Feng separated from Shi Weizhu and the others. This was because Lin Feng was worried that he would be targeted, and it was not safe for Shi Weizhu and the others to be with him. Moreover, even after the battlefield of geniuses opened, they would be randomly teleported to different places when entering. Since that was the case, it was naturally better to separate as soon as possible. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others also knew that Lin Feng was in a dangerous situation. Before Lin Feng left, they all reminded Lin Feng to be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew into the distance. In the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses, there were continuous mountains. What surprised Lin Feng was that he saw an old acquaintance. The immeasurable Taoist was looking around stealthily. "Damn Taoist, don't run. I've finally found you. I'm going to tear you into pieces." A cultivator roared angrily and rushed towards the immeasurable Taoist. "It's the damned Taoist who dug up our ancestors' grave. Don't let him escape." Soon, the cultivator's fellow sect members were also alarmed. One by one, they angrily chased after the immeasurable Taoist. "Immeasurable, you're an Empyrean." The immeasurable Taoist ran away. When this wicked guy saw Lin Feng, he pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Everyone, this kid is also with me. Go and catch that kid." The leading cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. "Damned Taoist! F***CKU. Lin Feng could not help but curse. "It's that bastard Taoist priest. Hurry up and catch him. And his accomplices, we have to catch them together." Many people discovered the immeasurable Taoist, and a dense crowd of cultivators rushed over, making Lin Feng feel like crying. Why do so many cultivators hate the immeasurable Taoist? How many ancestral graves had this grandson dug up? Now that he had implicated himself, the furious crowd naturally wouldn't listen to his explanation. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang fled into the distance. After much difficulty, they finally managed to shake off the encirclement of a group of cultivators. "Damned Taoist, aren't you wicked? Are you trying to get me killed?" Lin Feng glared fiercely at Taoist Wu Liang. He really had the urge to punch this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. Taoist Wu Liang said, "There is a saying that goes, we should share blessings and endure hardships together. We are old friends, so we naturally have to abide by the wisdom of the ancients. Don't you think of me as a friend?" Lin Feng said, "All right, we should share blessings and sorrows, right? We've already gone through thick and thin together, so shouldn't we share our blessings now? You dug up so many graves. You must have found a lot of treasures, right? We're good brothers, so let's split the spoils evenly. You should give me half." Taoist Wu Liang rolled his eyes and said, "Did I do it for myself? I'm just contributing to the archaeology industry. What I've done is to benefit future generations, but I've been misunderstood by so many people. I don't care if others misunderstand me, but even you, my best friend, have misunderstood me. That's really heartbreaking. Good friends share their treasures, but you didn't take out a single treasure other than tricking me. You have the nerve to call me your best friend. Where are your treasures? Hurry up and share them with me." Lin Feng grabbed at Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang ran into the distance and shouted, "What treasures? I'm a Taoist, and Taoists are all about being clean. I don't have anything on me, but you have a lot of good things. Hurry up and share them with me. Lin Feng had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Taoist Wu Liang. Perhaps this was what they meant by, a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and a huge, ancient void ship charged out of the void. That's the ancient void ship of the Grand Xia Empire. Taoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and saw the symbol on the ancient void ship. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the ancient powers are coming." Indeed, it was as Lin Feng had said. The ancient powers were coming one after another. There were many ancient powers in the boundless 3,000 continents that Lin Feng had never heard of. After all, Lin Feng hadn't been to many places. Even the records of the heavens couldn't record all the powers in the 3,000 continents. More accurately, the records of the heavens mainly recorded the powers in the 72 northern continents. There were also some famous continents, such as the Immortal Continent, the South Continent, the 16 prefectures of the Dark Cloud Continent, and the Central Continent. As for the less famous continents, it didn't mean that they didn't have any top powers. It was actually the opposite. Many of the less famous continents had hidden top powers. Those top powers rarely traveled outside. However, it didn't mean that they weren't strong enough. In fact, those hidden powers were even stronger than the ancient powers in the 3,000 continents. The strong cultivators of the 3,000 continents gathered. Ancient and powerful qi filled the air. Many rebirth realm cultivators even appeared. Boom! A man enveloped in boundless godly light walked over. He looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His arrival made many rebirth realm cultivators pale, in comparison. Even though they were very far away, Lin Feng felt an urge to kneel down and worship him. The strength of the person who had come was too strong. Divine Shrine, Murong Tian Shun. Many people were moved. There were very few successors of the heavenly God Hall. For example, the successor of the younger generation, Di Shengtian, was a paragon genius. He was invincible among his peers. Murong Tianshun's reputation back then wasn't any lower than Di Shengtian's. In fact, he was even more famous than Di Shengtian. Murong Tianshun's divine consciousness imprint was still imprinted on the peak of Heaven's Mountain in the battlefield of prodigies. Murong Tianshun was the most talented cultivator in the battlefield of prodigies. Now that this person had cultivated for 3,700 years, no one knew how strong his cultivation was. There were rumors that Murong Tianshun was close to becoming a god. There were also people who said that Murong Tianshun was the most powerful cultivator below the god level. If it wasn't for the fact that it was impossible to break through to the god level in Heaven's martial continent, Murong Tianshun would have become a true god. Murong Tianshun hadn't left Heaven's martial continent because he was still consolidating his cultivation. He wanted to strengthen himself before he became a god. The more he accumulated, the more terrifying his strength would be when he ignited his godly fire and became a god. Chapter 11:21. Murong Tianshun was standing in the sky like an immortal god. His tyrannical strength was beyond what mortals knew about cultivators. Countless people were looking at him in shock. Of course, there were also rebirth realm cultivators who sneered. They didn't want to submit to Murong Tianshun. It could be said that they were jealous because Murong Tianshun wasn't even 4,000 years old, and he was already considered the strongest cultivator below the gods. Of course, many rebirth realm cultivators from the older generation weren't convinced. However, many of them were afraid of Murong Tianshun's strength. Nobody dared to challenge him. More and more strong cultivators arrived. In the distance, there were a few faintly discernible powerful qi. The most astonishing thing was that those Qi were far stronger than ordinary rebirth realm cultivators. They weren't any weaker than Murong Tianshun, the ancestor of the ancient Jiang family, the head of the martial spirit palace, one of the 4 saints of the Alchemist Union, one of the 5 elders of the Alchemist Union. Someone exclaimed in surprise. These were 4 extraordinary figures. The ancient Jiang family's Copper Sparrow Pavilion had sealed the gods. In the ancient era, they were already known as the number 1 family. Even now, they were still strong and immortal. The ancestor of the ancient Jiang family was called Jiang Qigua. His name had the meaning of bringing peace to the country. The head of the martial spirit palace was called Xianyuan Jisher. He was a mysterious person who rarely appeared in the Tianwu continent. The Alchemist Union had 4 holy alchemists. They were called Tian, Xian, and Huang. The one who came was called Huang Xuanji. The 5 elders of the Alchemist Union were also famous cultivators in the Tianwu continent. They were the 5 great saint-level alchemists. The one who came was called Yang Chan. She was ranked 3rd among the 5 great saint-level alchemists. Of course, apart from those 4, there were also some terrifying rebirth realm cultivators. It was just that they didn't reveal themselves. Another year has passed. Who still remembers the original intention of establishing this place? 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Maybe even those 8 people have been forgotten. An elder looked at the battlefield of the heavens' favorites in the distance and murmured. His expression was desolate. Lin Feng asked, "Master, what is the original intention of the battlefield of the young geniuses? Those 8 people, who were they?" The old man glanced at Lin Feng and said, "What's the point of knowing? What can be changed?" The old man didn't tell Lin Feng. He just turned around and left. Rumble, 3 days later. The restriction on the outermost periphery of the battlefield was opened. A huge valley was revealed. This valley led to the depths of the chosen battlefield. Vaguely, one could see a distorted space-time gate leading to the chosen battlefield. Next were the geniuses from the immemorial age, followed by the desolate age, ancient age, and finally the itinerant cultivators. This was the rule, and no one was dissatisfied with it. Every world had its own rules, and the more powerful a person or force was, the more privileges they could obtain. It was like entering the battlefield of geniuses. Taoist Wu Liang took out a bamboo hat and a large robe, wrapping himself up tightly. "Brother, you can't recognize me now, right?" Taoist Wu Liang grinned. F***CK, you haven't reached 300 years old yet? Why do I feel like you've lived for 3,000 years? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm only 18, Taoist Wu Liang boasted shamelessly. He then added, "It's just that I'm prematurely old." Bang! Lin Feng directly kicked Taoist Wu Liang, this shameless guy, away. "You're still panting when I say you're fat." Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang kept a low profile. They swarmed towards the battlefield with the largest number of itinerant cultivators. This way, they could avoid being discovered by strong enemies. Taoist Wu Liang had dug up the ancestral graves of countless people. Naturally, he was hated by others. Lin Feng also had grudges with the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the Great Qin Empire, the Heavenly God Temple, the South Continent's 1 sect and 3 prefectures, and the immemorial Ning family. Therefore, he was very careful. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. If he was discovered by those forces and blocked outside, it would be troublesome. In the huge valley, Lin Feng saw 8 huge stone statues on the ground. The heads of these 8 cultivators had been chopped off, and the stone statues had been pushed down. Now, the 8 stone statues were covered in weeds. Countless people passed by, but no one paid attention to these stone statues. "Let's go. What are you looking at?" Taoist Wu Liang urged. "Look at these stone statues." Lin Feng pointed at the 8 statues and frowned. Lin Feng looked at the 8 statues with their heads cut off. They looked like they had been forgotten. Lin Feng felt oppressed. It was a very strange feeling, but it was so strong. It was like learning that a hero had been slandered as a spy. It was like the many romantic affairs of Nuwa's ancestor that were compiled by later generations. This was an unbearable pain and anger. Time is long. Many things have been buried in the river of time, including them. They have been buried by history and forgotten by everyone. Taoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng was surprised to hear such words from Taoist Wu Liang. It really surprised Lin Feng. It was completely different from Taoist Wu Liang's usual unreliable image. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang left, following the crowd into the depths of the valley. "Lin Feng, little brat, it's you," shouted a cold voice. A terrifying cultivator appeared. It was a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe. One could vaguely see that this person was similar to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuchang. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw this person. Back then, the one sect, 3 governments had joined forces with 8 other groups to besiege the South Continent. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's experts were led by Huangfu Wuchang and Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had been killed by Lin Feng and Qian Piao Shui's 4 vicious cauldrons. Huangfu Wuchang wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. "It's him. Catch him." After that, a few more terrifying chi filled the air. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. There were experts from the one sect, 3 governments, high divine sects, and even experts from unknown groups. He has the inheritance of the celestial master path. It was unknown who shouted this. This sentence caused a huge commotion. Even some terrifying existences at the rebirth realm looked over. Attack. More groups attacked, trying to stop Lin Feng from entering the battlefield. The inheritance of the celestial master path was enough to make people go crazy. Fuck. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. If he was stopped by so many experts, he would definitely die. "Get out of the way," Lin Feng shouted as he shuttled through the crowd. Before the attacks of the group of powerhouses landed on him, he rushed into the distorted space-time portal ahead of time. He narrowly avoided this calamity. Chapter 11:22. The world spun as light flashed. In the next moment, Lin Feng was flung away. He appeared in an ancient forest and fell to the ground. A sharp spear fell from the sky and pierced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled to the left and dodged the incoming spear. At that moment, more than a dozen spears stabbed towards him. Lin Feng's body flickered. He looked up and was horrified. It was a giant spider spirit that was over 100 meters tall. The spider spirit's cold eyes were looking at him. The sharp spears were actually the giant spider spirit's claws. Whoosh! The giant spider spirit suddenly spat out a green spider web. It was obvious that the green spider web was highly poisonous. The green spider's web moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng abruptly jumped on the ground. His speed was extremely fast. He rushed out from under the spider's body. He arrived behind the giant spider and slashed out with the sky splitter. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed. Puff! The sound of something being torn apart was heard. The giant spider's huge body was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really dangerous just now. If he was caught by the giant spider's poisonous web, he would probably be dead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the wind whistling. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge stone hammer coming towards him. A giant that was over 1,000 meters tall attacked Lin Feng. That was clearly a mountain, just now. How did it suddenly become a giant? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the battlefield of geniuses was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He put his hands in front of him to block, but the next moment he was sent flying by the huge stone hammer. The surrounding mountains had all turned into giants. There were more than a dozen giants that were over 1,000 meters tall. One of them reached out to grab Lin Feng. In the air, Lin Feng spread his golden wings and rushed into the distance. He had just charged out of the encirclement of the giants when he saw 100-meter-tall trees stretching out dense branches. First, they wrapped around Lin Feng's legs. Next, the branches wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Tree demons. Lin Feng was shocked. This place was really dangerous. However, Lin Feng was the least afraid of tree demons' attacks. Heavenly fire, come out! Lin Feng took out the purple earthgore fire and black god incinerating fire. The flames quickly spread, igniting the branches. The flames followed the branches and enveloped the tree demons. Screech! The tree demons let out mournful cries and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng fell to the ground. He didn't dare stay there any longer. He quickly stood up and ran outside. More than a dozen trees that had attacked Lin Feng had been burnt to ashes. Roar, roar, roar. The tree demons' vitality was extremely tenacious. After being burned, they didn't die. They let out angry roars. This ancient forest was very scary. There were huge beasts everywhere. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng saw dozens of huge beasts. There was a scorpion the size of a mountain. It was like a fiery red demon wolf with wings coiled in flames. If it was any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. Lin Feng was almost killed several times, but in the end, he managed to escape from the ancient forest. Damn, brother, how did you escape from the forest? You're too lucky, aren't you? When some people saw Lin Feng, they quickly ran over. They were all astonished. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Where is that ancient forest? It's too dangerous. I almost died." It's the famous demon forest of the battlefield of geniuses. There are all kinds of terrifying beasts there. Anyone who falls into the forest will die. Although there are some who manage to escape, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. A middle-aged cultivator said, "I see. I have to find a place to heal. Goodbye, everyone." Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. He found a mountain valley, set up a formation, and began to treat his injuries. 2 hours later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He chose a direction and walked towards the battlefield of geniuses. On the way, Lin Feng met more than 10 young cultivators. It was already night time, and a young man invited Lin Feng to join. "I'm in Qie. How should I address you, brother?" The young man cupped his fists and asked, "Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng." Many people frowned. They had never heard of Lin Feng's name before. The 3,000 prefectures were huge. Lin Feng was usually active in the northern 72 prefectures, then the southern prefecture. Of course, he had also gone to Holy Stone City. However, although he was called Little Holy Stone, very few people knew his real name. That was why Lin Feng's name wasn't very famous in the 3,000 prefectures. It was normal that others hadn't heard of him. Furthermore, even if Lin Feng's name spread to other prefectures, no one would believe those legends. There were too many legends about geniuses on the Marshall Heaven continent. Today, a 16-year-old genius had used his bare hands to kill a 10,000-year-old dragon. Tomorrow, there would be another legend about a 20-year-old genius destroying a desolate era force. Such legends were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even if people heard them, they just smiled indifferently and didn't take them seriously. So if young cultivators wanted to make a name for themselves on the Marshall Heaven continent, they had to go to the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield. That was because the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield attracted the attention of the experts of the 3,000 prefectures. If one could shine there, it would be difficult for them not to become famous. When they saw that Lin Feng was just a nameless cultivator, the surrounding cultivators didn't want to be friends with him. And Chia, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, where are you going?" "I'm not familiar with the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield, so I'm just looking around." "What about you, Brotherin?" asked Lin Feng. "We're going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to take a look," said Chia. There were many ways to make a name for oneself. Going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to test one's talent was one of the best ways to make a name for oneself. Of course, one's talent had to be extremely shocking. If one could leave their mark on the Heavenly Geniuses mountain, they would definitely be admired by countless people. I was thinking the same thing. "I'm going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to take a look," said Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Chia and the others went to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. And Chia and the others were from a place called Huizhou. It was Lin Feng's first time hearing about it. Compared to the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, he only knew a few of the more famous prefectures. Huizhou wasn't that famous, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. However, these cultivators were quite strong. They were all in the creation realm at such a young age. It was obvious that Huizhou had many top forces. Apart from Chia, the other cultivators didn't interact with Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't want an outsider like Lin Feng to join them. When they arrived at the Heavenly Geniuses mountain, Lin Feng bid farewell to Chia. Boom! Not long after, a powerful aura came from the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. This caused a huge uproar. Anyone who dared to climb the Heavenly Geniuses mountain was definitely someone with shocking talent. Many cultivators came to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. Some wanted to climb the Heavenly Geniuses mountain and leave their mark there. Others just wanted to admire the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. In the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses mountain, there was a huge crowd of cultivators. That's the Heavenly Geniuses stage. There are 99 steps. So far, no one has been able to climb the Heavenly Geniuses stage. It's said that it's impossible to climb the Heavenly Geniuses stage. Only Murong Tianshan reached the 99th step. He's also the first person to reach the 99th step since the opening of the Battle of Geniuses stage. His talent is unprecedented, and it's very difficult for anyone to surpass him in the future. "That's why he's so famous," said a cultivator pointing at the 99 steps in the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. Chapter 11:23. Many people were still amazed by Murong Tianshan's strength, but now that cultivator was already preparing to climb the 99th step. Who is he? He actually has the courage to climb the 99th step. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have failed to climb the 99th step and died in the end? Said a cultivator. Lin Feng finally understood why there were so few people climbing the 99th step. It was because climbing the 99th step was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. In such a dangerous place, many people were naturally cautious. Unless they had absolute confidence in themselves, they definitely wouldn't dare to climb the 99th step. That cultivator is called Li Chengmin. He's a prince of the Tang dynasty, said a cultivator. The Tang dynasty was a power in the central continent. It was also extremely powerful, but there were 4 ancient dynasties in the central continent, so the other power's brilliance was overshadowed. Li Chengmin took a deep breath and finally took the first step, walking towards the first step. Boom! However, a terrifying pressure filled the air, suppressing Li Chengmin. On the first step, many figures appeared. Some of them were clear, while others were blurry. They were all cultivators who had climbed the steps in the past. Then their blurry images and names were imprinted on the steps. Ah! Li Chengmin roared. He tried his best to climb the first step. He circulated his magic power, and finally one of his feet stepped on the first step. Many people were shocked. Was Li Chengmin going to succeed? Being able to climb the first step was already enough. Li Chengmin's talent was enough. In the future, he would definitely become an existence at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Li Chengmin raised his other foot, wanting to climb up. Bang! However, he was swept away. Crack, crack! Many of his bones were broken. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fifth brother, the young cultivators of the Tang dynasty were shocked. They quickly rushed over. Li Chengmin didn't even climb the first step. It's actually so difficult to climb the 99th step. Many people were shocked. Li Chengmin's cultivation was at the third heaven of the creation realm. Such strength was already considered very tyrannical. The 99 stone steps don't just test natural talent. They also test willpower, strength, and so on. It's a very comprehensive test. Some people may be extremely strong, but they can't reach the 99 stone steps. There are many reasons why they can't reach the 99 stone steps. For example, their willpower is weak, their cultivation level is high, and so on. Someone said, "Rumble, rumble." At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled as a 2-meter-tall man walked over like a black iron tower. "They're from the giant bear tribe." Someone whispered. The giant bear tribe belonged to the demon race. This race was known for their powerful physical bodies. His name is Xiongde, and he has already reached the 5th layer of the creation realm. Someone pointed out the identity and strength of this great bear tribe cultivator. Xiongde arrived in front of the 99 stone steps. With a loud roar, he stepped out with his left leg and stepped onto the first step. A powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on them. However, Xiongde was able to withstand it. He took a step forward with his right leg and stepped onto the first stone step. Many people were shocked. Xiongde had succeeded. However, Xiongde was obviously not satisfied with just the first step. He continued to lift his left leg, wanting to step onto the second step. Buffed. But this time, Xiongde was heavily injured. A formless pressure penetrated his chest, and his huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The 99 stone steps descended, and a world-destroying power was about to destroy Xiongde. Is Xiongde going to be killed by the 99 stone steps? Many people exclaimed. Now that Xiongde was heavily injured and had no strength to resist, it was indeed possible that he would be killed. Swoosh! A figure quickly rushed over. With a sweep of his right hand, he swept Xiongde away. This was a young master in snow-white robes. He was very handsome. He had saved Xiongde's life. The demon race's immortal crane tribe's genius, Bai Yuqian. Some cultivators recognized the identity of this demon race prodigy. Bai Yuqian wasn't a simple character. 10 years ago, when the Heaven's Chosen battle had started, he had already gained some fame. Moreover, 10 years ago, he had once climbed the 99 stone steps and had stopped at the 8th step. Obviously, after 10 years had passed, he wanted to try again and see how many steps he could climb. How many steps do you think Bai Yuqian can climb? In the distance, more than 10 demon race's geniuses stood with their heads held high, looking at the 99 stone steps. There were men and women among them, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. The 20th step should not be a problem. Someone hesitated for a moment, then said, "We'll know when we see." Someone else said. In another direction, there were 5 or 6 demon races experts. One of them was a woman with an enchanting figure. These demon races experts were all led by her. She was the saintess of the sacred devil palace, and her name was Guan Guan. Apart from the demon races experts, there were also corrupt cultivators. They were surrounded by mist, and it was impossible to see their faces clearly. They were also looking at the 99 stone steps. There were also some barbarian races, young cultivators. The barbarian race's men were bare-chested, and their clothes were made of animal skin. Among the barbarians there was a young girl. She was pretty and charming. Her body was adorned with a variety of small ornaments. There was also a long-legged beauty. She was tall and wore a short skirt made of animal skin. Her long and straight legs were completely exposed. Her upper body was only wearing a short shirt made of animal skin. It barely covered her majestic breasts. Her slim waist attracted the attention of many people. Lin Feng also noticed the demon races, corrupt cultivators, and barbarian races experts. They were all extremely strong. Even if they were not Zun-level geniuses, they were only slightly weaker. Apart from that, there were also some extremely strong qi in the surroundings. They were intentionally hiding themselves and didn't show themselves. They were probably watching from afar. Bai Yuqian is extremely strong. He's at the peak of the good fortune layer. Apart from the Zun-level geniuses, he's probably one of the strongest cultivators in the younger generation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Bai Yuqian finally moved. A tyrannical aura emanated from his body. Bai Yuqian stepped forward and walked up. The 99 stone steps released an extremely oppressive energy, which moved towards Bai Yuqian, but it couldn't stop him. After a short time, Bai Yuqian arrived at the place where he had been 10 years ago. It was the 8th step. An illusory silhouette appeared. It was the imprint that Bai Yuqian had left on the steps 10 years ago. Now, it was staring at Bai Yuqian. "I will make you appear at a higher position," said Bai Yuqian. Bai Yuqian murmured as he continued to climb upwards, reaching the 9th step. Chapter 11:24. Bai Yuqian was indeed powerful. He didn't show any signs of fatigue, even after climbing the 9 stone steps. He continued to climb up and climbed up 5 more stone steps. Finally, he arrived at the 14th stone step. At this time, Bai Yuqian felt an oppressive force enveloping his body. Even Bai Yuqian couldn't help but frown slightly. He's in some trouble. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he felt that although Bai Yuqian had encountered some trouble, he should be able to overcome it with his ability. Boom! Bai Yuqian's body emitted a powerful force. He wanted to use his own force to resist the huge pressure from the stone steps. Bai Yuqian did it. He continued to climb up. This time, Bai Yuqian climbed 3 stone steps in a row, and he reached the 17th stone step. At this moment, the pressure on Bai Yuqian was getting stronger and stronger. It was very difficult to continue to climb up the stone steps by relying solely on the power of force. Maybe I can use my own Tao to resist the pressure of the stone steps. Lin Feng touched his chin. Because he had never climbed the stone steps, he could only guess that it was possible. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was possible or not. Bai Yuqian's dantian surged with a tyrannical wave. Bai Yuqian began to use his own Tao. There were not many cultivators who could comprehend their own Tao, but those who could comprehend their own Tao were definitely extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to challenge those who were stronger than them. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Bai Yuqian had comprehended his own Tao. After all, Bai Yuqian was a top genius. Lin Feng didn't know what Bai Yuqian's Tao was, but after Bai Yuqian used his Tao, he once again overcame the pressure of the stone steps. Bai Yuqian continued to climb up step by step. Finally, he reached the 27th stone step. This was almost Bai Yuqian's limit. He tried to climb the 28th stone step, but failed. Cracking sounds came from Bai Yuqian's body. His bones were about to break. Therefore, Bai Yuqian didn't dare to continue and finally retreated. More than 10 geniuses of the monster race quickly flew over to congratulate Bai Yuqian. Being able to climb the 28th stone step was already proof of Bai Yuqian's talent. It was said that if one could climb the first stone step, they would have the potential to become an eternal powerhouse. If one could climb the 20th stone step or above, they would have the potential to become a powerhouse of the rebirth realm. If one could climb the 40th stone step or above, they would have the potential to become a true god. If one could climb the 60th step or above, they would have the potential of S. If one could climb the 80th step of the great god of Sesif, one could climb the 90th step or great emperor of Tess of the great of Suv, SAS for the Prodigy's platform. It was rumored that there was an ethereal realm above the martial monarch realm. Those who managed to reach the Prodigy's platform had the potential to reach that ethereal realm. However, ever since the opening of the Heaven's favorite battleground, countless Heaven's favorites had ascended the 99 stone steps, but no one had ever made it to the Heaven's favorite arena. Of the was had. Very few people could climb the 40th stone step or above. From the 41st to the 60th stone step, only about 400 people had left their mark. Many of those names were well-known existences. They had cultivated to the rebirth realm and left the Tianwu continent for the 9 states continent on the other side of the ocean to seek an opportunity to become a true god. As for the 61st to the 80th stone step, there were less than 100 people. From the 81st to the 90th stone step, there were 50 people. From the 91st to the 99th stone step, there were 20 people. As for the 99th stone step, there was only heavenly god Morong. The geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures were like grains of sand in the Milky Way. However, there were less than 600 people with the potential to become a true god above the 40th stone step. And that was only the potential to become a true god. Having the potential didn't mean you could become a true god. It was already quite good if there were a few true gods among these 600 people. Very quickly, more people tried to climb the stone steps, but it wasn't easy. Many people failed. Occasionally, someone managed to climb the stone steps, but they could only climb 3 or 4 steps at most. During this time, a dozen cultivators were mercilessly killed by the 99th stone step. Their blood flowed on the stone steps, which quickly absorbed it. These stone steps can absorb cultivators' flesh and blood essence. How strange. Many people were horrified. Lin Feng started walking towards the flight of stairs. He also wanted to see how many stairs he could climb. Someone else is going up. Who's that kid? Does anyone know him? I don't. The 3,000 prefectures are too big. How can everyone know each other? Many people looked at Lin Feng with interest. They wanted to see Lin Feng climb the stone steps. Isn't that Lin Feng? Does he want to climb the stone steps too? Lin Feng's strength isn't bad. Maybe he can reach the first step. Didn't he say he was a disciple of an ancient power? How strong can an ancient power be? His cultivation level isn't low. But in the world of cultivators, how many people rely on medicinal pills or natural treasures to increase their cultivation level? There are too many cultivators who only have a high cultivation level and no real strength. And Chia's friends looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They immediately started discussing him. They had been with Lin Feng for 3 days, and Chia had asked Lin Feng about his background. Lin Feng hadn't concealed anything. He had told them that he was a disciple of an ancient power in Wasteland. Wasteland was just one of the 72 prefectures in the north. The Tianmu continent's most impoverished prefectures were the 72 prefectures. People in the outside world didn't know much about the powers in Wasteland. They all thought that the 72 prefectures were barbarians. Even an ancient power like the Immortal Temple wasn't recognized by the top powers in the other prefectures. Perhaps the Immortal Temple and the Godly Temple were the only two powers in the whole 72 prefectures that people from other prefectures knew about. Most people had never heard of the other powers. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Lin Feng was being looked down upon. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the 99 flight of stairs, he sensed some oppressive energies surround him. The 99 flight of stairs had its own special cosmic energies. Lin Feng raised his left foot and stepped on the first step. Can this person reach the first step? Many people were curious. Lin Feng also stepped on the first step with his right foot. Many people were surprised that he had successfully reached the first step. They were very surprised that such an unknown cultivator could easily reach the first step of the stone steps. Chapter 11:25. Even the strong cultivators from the Yao clan, demonic path, evil path, barbarian race, and many other ancient factions were looking at the 99 stone steps. Anyone who could climb the stone steps was worthy of the attention of others. He's quite young, but he managed to climb the first step. He's not simple, said a young cultivator from the demonic path. Guan Guan narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked over. Why is this person giving me a strange feeling? She frowned, deep in thought, while the crowd was still amazed by the fact that a nobody like Lin Feng had managed to climb the first step. Lin Feng continued walking and arrived at the second flight of stairs. It's too easy. There's no pressure at all. Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng seemed to be climbing the stone steps more effortlessly than Bai Yuqian. It was unbelievable. How is that possible? And Chia's companions couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't thought much of Lin Feng, a disciple from a small faction. That was why they hadn't tried to befriend Lin Feng. Now they realized that they had made a huge mistake. They didn't even dare to say that they could climb the first step, let alone the second. But Lin Feng had easily climbed the second step. That was enough to show how talented Lin Feng was. Now, the people around in Chia were even wondering if Lin Feng had casually given them a fake identity. Many people were annoyed because they had missed an opportunity to befriend a top genius. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Brother Lin is indeed extraordinary. I could tell that he wasn't simple from his speech and actions. Now it's proven. And Chia took a deep breath. The pressure isn't that great. Lin Feng frowned. To him, the pressure of the second step wasn't that great. Lin Feng was too strong. He stepped forward. Third step, fourth step, fifth step, sixth step, 10th step, 20th step. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the top geniuses. They had never seen anyone climb the 99 stone steps like this. It was as if there was no pressure at all. Who is this person? Isn't this a little too strong? Many people were moved. They wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. And Chia's group didn't say much. They knew that if Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, then wouldn't they be offending Lin Feng? Lin Feng only felt the pressure when he reached the 30th step. It was as if an ancient mountain was crashing down from the sky. That person has finally stopped. Yi Fuqian murmured. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng still did not stop, it would really make them almost start doubting life. Bai Yuqian smiled bitterly. This person is too terrifying. I don't think there's anyone like him among the sovereign geniuses. Judging from his age, he should be someone who has just risen to prominence. One of the demon race prodigies said. The others nodded. Amazing, really amazing. He can reach the 30th step without panting. I'm afraid he already has the strength of a sovereign genius. The 3,000 provinces are really full of geniuses, said Guan Guan. Exclaimed Guan Guan. She was looking at Lin Feng with a strange expression in her eyes. Isn't that Lin Feng? A barbarian expert muttered. There were several barbarian factions. One of them was located in the 72 provinces in the north. It controlled Manyu, and the godly temple of the barbarians was a barbarian faction. The barbarian expert who had just spoken was Wu Jia. He was a top genius of the godly temple of the barbarians. The barbarian cultivators around him were all geniuses from other barbarian factions. The other barbarian factions were even stronger than the godly temple of the barbarians, said the barbarian woman in an alluring skirt. Lin Feng, the one you mentioned before, the new genius from the 72 provinces. Lin Feng? Wu Jia nodded. That's right, it's him, said the strange barbarian girl. I heard about this Lin Feng when I was in Shang Prefecture. I thought that he was just a rumor, but now it seems like that's not the case, said Wu Jia confidently. Rumors may not be true, but Lin Feng is really strong. His cultivation level is unfathomable. The others nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped at the 30th step for a few seconds and then continued walking towards the 31st step. Rumble! When Lin Feng stepped onto the 31st step, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Many people felt as if the ground was shaking. Lin Feng looked like he was carrying a gigantic mountain on his back. He slowed down a lot. It seems that the difficulty of the 30th step has increased a lot, said someone. Said Lin Feng. Every time you cross 10 stone steps, the difficulty level will greatly increase. Someone else said. The pressure from the 31st step was even more terrifying. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng rested for a moment before continuing to climb the 32nd step. That step didn't pose a problem for Lin Feng. He reached the 32nd step. Lin Feng continued to climb. The 33rd step, the 34th step, the 35th step, the 38th step. Many people's mouths twitched violently. If he could reach the 41st step, he would have the potential to become a god. Could it be that he was really going to reach the 41st step? Even among the supreme sky prides, those who could reach the 41st step were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The 39th step, the 40th step. He's really going to reach the 41st step. Many people cried out in surprise. They couldn't describe how shocked they were. What a powerful man. Guan Guan's eyes became brighter and brighter. She stuck out her tongue and licked her alluring lips. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to climb the 41st step. Lin Feng had the impression that an invisible strength was trying to destroy his physical body. His body can become a god, shouted Lin Feng coldly. He then started walking forwards. Boom! Lin Feng overcame the pressure and stepped onto the 41st step. He did it! Oh my God! He has the talent to become a god. Many people shouted in astonishment. If he had the talent to become a god, he could become a god in the future. This was an existence that countless people had to look up to. Suddenly, someone said in a trembling voice, he reached the 41st step without using any magic. He just relied on his body. The forest, which had been filled with excitement, suddenly became silent. Previously, everyone had been deeply shocked by Lin Feng reaching the 40th step. Basically, no one had noticed that Lin Feng hadn't used any magic. But now, when they carefully sensed the undulations coming from Lin Feng's body, they all turned pale with fright. They hadn't sensed any undulations of magic from Lin Feng's body. This meant that Lin Feng really hadn't used any magic. Is he still human? He reached the 41st step with just his body. Many people felt like they were going crazy. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 11:26. He's really brave. Guan's beautiful eyes were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her eyes were shining brighter and brighter. Guan wasn't the only one. The barbarian girl was also looking at Lin Feng in a dazzling light. His body can become a god. Isn't he too heaven-defying? The cute barbarian girl, whose body was adorned with all kinds of small ornaments, opened her pink lips in surprise. Many young geniuses were astonished. Lin Feng could become a god with his physical body, which meant that in the future, he would be able to kill gods with his physical body. It sounded inconceivable, but it wasn't impossible. For example, the true dragon clan, which was the most powerful of the dragon clan, could kill gods with their physical bodies alone. Another example was the ancient dragonesque elephant. They could kill gods with their bodies. However, it was difficult for human cultivators to kill gods with their bodies. That was because human cultivators didn't have an advantage in their bodies, but in their comprehension ability. Human cultivators didn't have a strong body, but their comprehension ability was great. They could comprehend many profound techniques such as formations, alchemy, tool refining, and so on. The other races couldn't compare to them. But Lin Feng didn't just have a strong comprehension ability. His body was also tyrannical. That was terrifying. The ancient dragonesque elephant incantation is really powerful. My body can surpass gods and demons of the same level. In theory, I should be able to reach the 41st step with my body alone. Now, I've reached the 41st step. Lin Feng took a deep breath. However, after reaching the 41st step, Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power to resist the great pressure. The pressure of the 41st step was incomparable to that of the 41st step. Lin Feng's body could reach the 41st step. When he circulated his magic power, Lin Feng felt the pressure disappear. He could reach the 41st step with his body alone. When he circulated his magic power, the pressure of the 41st step couldn't hurt Lin Feng. I wonder how many steps he can reach. Many people looked at Lin Feng and tried to guess where Lin Feng's limit was. Many people thought that Lin Feng could reach the 90th step. 10 years ago, Huangfu Qingtian had once climbed above the 90th step and finally stopped at the 93rd step. At that time, it caused a huge uproar and shocked countless people. After Huangfu Qingtian reached the 93rd step, some geniuses who wanted to reach the 99th step decided to give up. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to reach the 93rd step. It would be a great blow to their confidence. It was precisely because Huangfu Qingtian had ascended the 93rd stone step that he had established his reputation as a supreme being genius. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. The 42nd step, the 43rd step, the 44th step, the 50th step, the 51st step. Lin Feng, when he reached the 51st step, he's Moreover, he's only using his dermic powers. He hasn't used many powerful techniques yet. That's right, this is too shocking, said Lin Feng. The cultivators in the forest exclaimed. Until now, many people still felt as if they were in a dream. If I just circulate my magic power, I won't be able to go any further. I have to use some other methods. He has to use some other methods, said a devil cultivator. Guan narrowed her eyes and said, "This guy's methods are shocking." The others nodded, which Guan wasn't just beautiful. She was also one of the most powerful individuals of the demonic path's younger generation. Her vision was extremely unique, and she rarely misjudged others. Everyone stared at Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng continued. He condensed the heaven-punishing battle intent. This force contained a will that refused to obey the will of the world. It was most suitable for resisting the pressure of the 99th step. Lin Feng quickly reached the 60th step. When he reached the 60th step, Lin Feng felt the pressure increase. He condensed a second force, the white tiger murderous intent. Lin Feng resisted all the pressure and reached the 61st step. Everyone in the forest was dumbstruck. They felt that Lin Feng hadn't encountered too many obstacles and had already reached the 61st step. Illusory shadows began to appear around him. These were the imprints left behind by the cultivators who had reached this step in the past. For example, there was a female cultivator called Gao Qinyu. Lin Feng had heard of her before. She was from 23,000 years ago. She had cultivated for 60 years and reached the rebirth realm. Then, she had left the continent of the 9 continents. Another example was a male cultivator called Wang Gang. He was 19,000 years old and had cultivated for 127 years to break through to the rebirth realm. After that, he had stayed in the continent of the 9 continents for another 1,000 years before leaving, which one of the cultivators who could leave their name on the 60th step wasn't an earth-shattering existence. Lin Feng continued. The 62nd step, the 63rd step, the 70th step, the 75th step. When Lin Feng reached the 75th step, he had no choice but to use his third force to resist the powerful pressure from the steps. After using his third force, the pressure on Lin Feng's body decreased by a lot. The 76th step, the 77th step, the 80th step. He's about to reach the 81st step. Once he does, he will have the potential to become a giant god. Will he be stopped? Many people's voices trembled as they spoke. The 81st step wasn't able to stop Lin Feng. He successfully reached the 81st step. Next, Lin Feng continued. The 82nd step, the 83rd step, the 88th step. When Lin Feng arrived at the 88th step, he had already reached the limit of his 3 layers of force. He lifted his leg, wanting to reach the 89th step. Pooh! Lin Feng's body was torn apart. Blood immediately spurted out. He's reached his limit. Many people sucked in a deep breath. He has no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he'll be killed, said one of the geniuses. However, Lin Feng didn't retreat. He continued. Pooh! Pooh! More and more wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was very difficult for him to reach the 89th step. Does he want to die? Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't given up, many people shook their heads. Many people thought that if Lin Feng continued like that, he would eventually die. Chapter 1127. Lin Feng's physical body had been severely injured. The 99 stone steps were indeed terrifying, and Lin Feng had suffered a heavy blow. This was also why no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. With his physical body injured, it would be too difficult for him to resist the pressure of the 99 stone steps. Immortal divine blood, shouted Lin Feng. The immortal divine blood in his body began to circulate. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced greatly, the immortal divine blood in his body had recovered to 26%. Now that Lin Feng had recovered his immortal divine blood, his injured body was quickly recovering. His body is recovering at a visible speed. Isn't that too inconceivable? Many people cried out in surprise. They were all extremely shocked. What kind of constitution was this? How could it allow his body to recover so quickly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could have such a heaven-defying constitution. Bloodline, he's awakened his bloodline power, said a cultivator after taking a deep breath. He's a possessor of a special bloodline. What kind of bloodline does he have? Asked someone. There are hundreds of bloodlines in the world that can heal injuries, but I've only heard of one bloodline that can heal injuries so quickly. Someone cried out, could it be one of the 10 great forbidden bloodlines, the immortal divine body? That's right, it's this constitution. That cultivator nodded. Many people couldn't help but gasp. He had countless physical bodies, astonishing innate talent, and an immortal divine body. This was too heaven-defying. Immortal divine body. This person is really strong, said the witch, Guan Guan, as she stared at Lin Feng. She was obviously very interested in Lin Feng. She wasn't the only one who was interested in Guan Guan. The beautiful barbarian woman with long legs was also looking at Lin Feng with a strange light in her eyes. Many female cultivators in the forest were discussing Lin Feng in private, asking about Lin Feng. A man like Lin Feng could make their hearts pound. It was difficult for them to control their emotions. The immortal god blood healed Lin Feng's injuries, and he stepped onto the 89th step. Many people exclaimed because Lin Feng's bloodline was too powerful. Unless the stone steps instantly killed Lin Feng could heal his injured body. Lin Feng continued to move upwards. Soon, Lin Feng stepped onto the 90th stone step. At this moment, everyone held their breaths, because if Lin Feng was able to step onto the next stone step, then that would be the 91st step. If he could step onto the 91st step, in that case, Lin Feng had the potential to become a great emperor. The great emperor was the ruler of all worlds, the existence that looked askance at the myriad worlds. Even in the undying realm, he was a big shot. Therefore, even the spectating cultivators felt their hearts beating violently, because perhaps they would witness a legend. Of course, it was also possible to witness the fall of a prodigy. Many top prodigies wanted to climb to the 91st stone step, but in the end, they died. There was more than one such example. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators also wanted to know, was Lin Feng able to climb to the 91st stone step and had the potential to become a great emperor? Or did he die under the pressure of the 91st stone step? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Inside his body, the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant flowed crazily. Crack, crack, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, his body began to swell. Lin Feng's body instantly grew in size, and the muscles all over his body grew crazily. He's accumulating power. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who was on the 90th stone step, in shock. Everyone felt a terrifying power from Lin Feng's body, brewing and becoming stronger and stronger. That power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth in an instant. When the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant merged with one's flesh and soul, it could greatly increase one's strength. This was an ability that Lin Feng had comprehended after cultivating the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill to the perfect mastery realm. Today, this was the first time he had used this ability. Lin Feng's height soared to nearly 3 meters, and his body was as thick as a dragon's. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never sensed before. He had the impression he could crush the empty space with one punch. Ha! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then jumped forwards. Boom! The terrifying pressure blasted towards Lin Feng, but it was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then Lin Feng stepped onto the 91st stone step. He succeeded. Many people exclaimed, their hearts trembling. They had witnessed a young cultivator reach the 91st stone step and have the potential to become a great emperor. Lin Feng did not stop because he could not stay in this state for long. Lin Feng continued to walk up the stone steps. The 92nd stone step, the 93rd stone step, There was a phantom on the 93rd stone step. It was Huangfu Qingtian. It was Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Now, the brand was staring at Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian, you're destined to be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng looked indifferent and threw a punch at him. Boom! Huangfu Qingtian's phantom was crushed by Lin Feng. Many people were astonished. They didn't understand why Lin Feng had destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Did he have a grudge against Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng didn't stop and continued walking. Eventually, he reached the 97th stone step and stopped. He actually reached the 97th step. Is he going to reach the 99th step like Murong Tianshan? Many people swallowed their saliva. Murong Tianshan was standing at the top, looking down at the masses. At the end of the path, he was the peak, looking down at all the other mountains. If Lin Feng reached the 99th step, Murong Tianshan wouldn't be the only supreme cultivator anymore. He would share the title of supreme cultivator with Lin Feng. On the 97th step, Lin Feng's physical body returned to normal. He could only use the strength of the ancient dragon-esque elephant and his body to fuse together for 3 minutes. Time was up. My Tao is indomitable. My Tao is invincible. Lin Feng didn't stop and started using his Tao. Boom! Lin Feng reached the 98th step. Then, he started walking towards the 99th step. How dare you! Suddenly, Murong Tianshan's brand on the 99th step shouted coldly. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Murong Tianshan, you think you can stop me? Lin Feng smiled coldly and punched Murong Tianshan's imprint away. Then, he reached the 99th step. I want to reach the Tianjiao arena and look down on the world, shouted Lin Feng. He continued walking towards the Tianjiao arena. It wasn't easy. No one had ever reached the top of the Tianjiao arena, a terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth bombarded Lin Feng's body. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. Lin Feng punched 9 times in a row and destroyed that terrifying power. Then, he used the 9 steps of death and took 9 steps in a row. He overcame all the obstacles and successfully reached the Tianjiao arena. He did it. Countless people looked at the handsome young man standing on the Tianjiao arena in astonishment. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Dong at that moment, the sound of a law bell rang in the sky. 9 consecutive sounds echoed throughout the Tianjiao arena. It was the resonance of the great Tao. Lin Feng had reached the Tianjiao arena and resonated with the great Tao. The Tianjiao mountain is resonating with the great Tao. Something shocking must have happened. In the Tianjiao arena, countless cultivators looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. They were all astonished. Many strong cultivators outside the Tianjiao arena, including the rebirth level cultivators, also heard the resonance of the great Tao. The resonance of the great Tao is coming from the Tianjiao mountain. What's going on? The rebirth level cultivators outside couldn't sit still anymore. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. Chapter 11:28. Lin Feng stood on the Heaven's Pride stage, and below him was the once high and mighty Murong God. You're still going to be stepped on by me in the end. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he coldly looked at Murong God on the 99th step. Without saying anything, he stepped on him. He's really audacious. He actually dares to step on Murong God. Many people's expressions changed. They had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to do this. This was a provocation and blasphemy to Murong God. If Murong Tianshan were to find out about this, it would definitely incur his wrath. This guy really has a personality. Murong God's imprint stopped him from going up, but now that he's on the Heaven's Pride stage, he immediately stepped on Murong God's imprint and counterattacked. I like this kind of personality. Demoness Guan Guan licked her red lips and stared at Lin Feng. She was getting more and more interested. The geniuses of the Devil Path couldn't help but feel jealous. They naturally had some ideas about Guan Guan, but now that they saw Guan Guan being so interested in Lin Feng, they felt that their chances were getting slimmer and slimmer. Murong God's imprint raised its head. This imprint was very terrifying, and it contained Murong God's imprint. It coldly glanced at Lin Feng, full of killing intent. Don't be unconvinced that I'm stepping on you. You asked for it. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't show any fear. Murong God was stopping him from going up. This was disturbing his cultivation. In the world of cultivators, the most taboo thing was to disturb others' cultivation. This was a hatred that countless cultivators would never rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite to Murong God. If he was given time, Murong God would be nothing. He would still be stepped on, just like how he was stepping on Murong God's imprint. At that moment, divine light shone in the sky, and a majestic voice suddenly resounded. You've broken the rules and stepped onto the Heaven's Pride stage. Reward. After that voice, boundless origin energy poured into Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng's cultivation rose rapidly from the beginner stage of the 8th heaven of the creation realm, the middle stage of the 8th level of the creation realm, 8th heaven advanced stage of the creation realm, peak of the 8th heaven of the creation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the creation realm. This saved Lin Feng at least a year of hard work. This made Lin Feng very happy, but what made Lin Feng even happier was yet to come. A picture flew down from the void. Doubt diagram. Many people cried out in surprise. Immediately after, his eyes revealed a scorching gaze. Doubt diagrams were condensed from the Great Tao. Lin Feng stepped onto the Prodigy platform and resonated with the Great Tao. Now, the Great Tao had condensed into a Tao diagram as a reward. The Great Tao source reward from before had helped Lin Feng's cultivation to break through 3 minor levels in a row. This was already extremely precious, but compared to the map, it was not worth mentioning. That was because there were often shocking secrets hidden in Tao diagrams. If one was lucky, they could even obtain a heaven-defying inheritance. The Tao diagram was imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng carefully sensed the contents recorded in the Tao diagram, and his body suddenly trembled. Great Calamity Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was actually recorded in the Tao diagram. This Great Calamity Technique was not simple. Among the 3,000 Great Tao, the top 10 Great Tao were the Great Destiny Technique, Great Destiny Technique, Great Karma Technique, Great Reincarnation Technique, Great Creation Technique, Great Yin-Yang Technique, Great Eternity Technique, Great Longevity Technique, Great Calamity Technique, and Great Devouring Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Tao. The 10 Great Taos ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Taos could be called Great Taos. Its power was unimaginable. For example, the Great Reincarnation Technique was said to be able to reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation and control the life and death of countless living beings. For example, if one mastered the Great Longevity Technique, they would be immortal and free in the world. As for the Great Calamity Technique, it could be ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Tao. A cultivator's cultivation was actually a process of defying the heavens and seizing life from the heavens was not allowed by the heavenly Tao, so heavenly tribulations would often descend and destroy cultivators. Heavenly tribulations were disasters for cultivators. If one mastered the great calamity technique, they would be able to deal with heavenly tribulations with ease. Of course, the great calamity technique was not only used to deal with heavenly tribulations. For example, space-time storms were also the power of disasters. If one mastered the great calamity technique, they would be able to control space-time storms, and so on. The great calamity technique was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of divine light swept over from the void and wrapped around Lin Feng. In the next instant, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Clearly, the power of laws contained in the prodigy arena had teleported Lin Feng to another place. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew over from the distance. Someone actually got onto the prodigy arena. He trampled heavenly god Morong under his foot. How domineering! He actually dares to do something like that. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a heaven-defying figure in the future. Look, the prodigy arena has branded his name. He's called Lin Feng. Who's Lin Feng? I don't know. I've never heard of that name. Many people were astonished and started discussing spiritedly. Unfortunately, in order to protect the young geniuses battle stage only shows their names and faces. I wonder if Lin Feng is a heroic and extraordinary cultivator. If so, it'd be perfect. What's important about a man is his ability, not his appearance. If he's both heaven-defying and handsome, that'd be the best. A group of female cultivators was talking about Lin Feng. Obviously, the female cultivators were different from the male cultivators. Women were emotional, so they valued both talent and appearance. Huangfu Qingtian is here. Huangfu Qingtian, who could be ranked in the top 10 among the supreme geniuses, was venting his anger. He had managed to climb to the 93rd step. Many geniuses of the same age as him didn't dare climb to the 99th step because they were afraid they would fail. Huangfu Qingtian's status in the younger generation was extraordinary. He looked like a great emperor. Even though he looked calm, he clenched his fists. Back then, he despised Lin Feng, but now he was in danger. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling like stars. He looked down on Lin Feng and clenched his fists. Di Shengtian is here too. In the other direction, the sky was also shaking. Di Shengtian's arrival caused an even bigger commotion. Di Shengtian was a Zun cultivator of the celestial shrine. Murong Tianshan was Di Shengtian's uncle. And now, Lin Feng was trampling on Murong Tianshan. He was provoking Murong Tianshan and the celestial shrine. Lin Feng, very good. I shouldn't have allowed you to live for so long. Since you're here, I'll kill you, said Di Shengtian icily. Said Di Shengtian coldly. Lin Feng had killed one of his clones, so they were already enemies. Di Shengtian was holding his halberd and rose up in the air. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 1129. In the outside world, many influential groups sent people to the Tianjiao battle arena to ask what was going on. Soon, they heard the news. Someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena and stepped on Murong Tianshan. He had also received the origin of the Great Path and a Tao diagram as a reward. This caused a huge uproar. Some cultivators used crystal balls to record what was happening on the Tianjiao battle arena. Countless people were gathered there. Murong Tianshan was glaring at them from the top of the 99 steps. On the Tianjiao battle arena, a young cultivator was stepping on Murong Tianshan's head. He was provoking him. Many people were astonished. First, because someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena. Second, because that person had dared to step on Murong Tianshun's head. It was unbelievable. After all, Murong Tianshun was the strongest cultivator under the gods. Who dared to provoke Murong Tianshun? But the cultivator, who had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena, dared to do that. It's said that when he was about to reach the 99th step, he was stopped by Murong Tianshun. So, when he reached the Heaven's Proud arena, he immediately counterattacked and stepped on Murong Tianshun's head. The Heaven's Proud arena's laws imprinted this scene, and it will remain there forever. It'll stay there forever. Forever. Murong Tianshun will always be trampled on. How humiliating. He used to be the center of attention in the world, and now he's being trampled on by a young cultivator. But Murong Tianshun has only himself to blame. He's blocking other people's way of cultivation. That kind of hatred won't be resolved until one of them dies. Murong Tianshun is going to die, said a rebirth-level cultivator gloatingly. Many people looked at heavenly god Murong, wanting to know what he was thinking at this moment. Heavenly god Murong was sitting cross-legged in the void, with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. He's really good at sitting. Many strong cultivators frowned and looked away in the end. In the depths of a mountain range, Lin Feng had set up a restrictive spell and created a cave. Then, he entered the cave to study the Great Disaster technique, which was ranked 9th among the 3,000 great Daos. If he could successfully cultivate the 3,000 great Daos, his cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. This was because the 3,000 great Daos were too powerful. Of course, it was not easy to comprehend the 3,000 great Daos. It required a strong comprehension ability. Lin Feng took out the 9-colored illusory stone. His left hand and right hand each held a 9-colored illusory stone. Under the effect of the 9-colored illusory stone, Lin Feng quickly entered the state of epiphany. Once a cultivator entered a state of epiphany, they would be able to naturally overcome the difficulties they encountered in their cultivation. If not for this, epiphany would not be so important. Entering a state of epiphany during cultivation was the dream of every cultivator. Many people woke up after the epiphany, and their cultivation base naturally took its course to improve greatly. And now, Lin Feng was in a state of epiphany, constantly simulating the operation method of the Great Disaster spell. However, it had to be said that the art of great calamity was too difficult to cultivate. Even though he was in a state of epiphany, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the mysteries within. The Tao diagram. Lin Feng had a new idea. He tried his best not to think about the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. Instead, he immersed his mind in the Tao diagram. Gradually, Lin Feng merged with the Tao diagram. The entire Tao diagram was condensed from dense runes. If these runes were broken down, they would be the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. But now, Lin Feng did not let the Tao diagram be broken down. Instead, he still connected them together as runes. This time, Lin Feng had a new harvest. These runes connected together to form a world of disasters. In this world of disasters, there were heavenly tribulations, space-time storms, floods, natural and man-made disasters, and so on. These were all disasters. Now that Lin Feng had merged into the world of disasters, he seemed to have become a kind of disaster. He did not know how much time had passed. In Lin Feng's Dantian, runes intertwined. These were the runes of the Great Calamity spell. These runes increased in number and gradually fused together. They turned into a divine ability array. Integrate the Tao diagram into the divine ability array. Lin Feng's spiritual will moved. Suddenly, the Tao diagram flew out and broke down into runes. One rune after another fused into the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell. The divine ability array was becoming more and more perfect. The original divine ability array was only at the beginner level. Now, it had been upgraded to the small success level. After upgrading to the small success level, the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell began to revolve around the sovereign's path. And in Lin Feng's body, waves of tyrannical fluctuations surged out. Boom, the magic power in his body erupted like a flood, instantly engulfing his entire body. I broke through the 9th level of the creation realm. Lin Feng stood up, a smile on his face. This time, he had obtained too many benefits from the prodigy arena. Not only had he obtained the heaven-defying Great Calamity spell, but he had also obtained the heaven-defying 3,000 Great Tao. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the creation realm. And now, his name was probably known by countless people in the 3,000 prefectures, right? Night. A bonfire burned fiercely, and there was golden barbecue on top of the bonfire. The aroma was alluring. Swoosh! A streak of light flew over from the distance, and a woman in a black dress descended. She was tall and alluring, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were like the eyes of a vixen, charming and alluring. "You don't mind if I sit here, do you?" The woman's voice was sweet, and it seemed to seep into one's bones. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course I don't mind. On a dark and windy night like this, meeting a beauty like you is an elegant thing." The alluring woman giggled and said, "Are you confessing to me, husband?" Lin Feng looked at the alluring woman with interest and said, "Could it be that the women of the demonic Tao are all as daring and charming as you?" Lin Feng had noticed this woman in the prodigy arena. She was an expert of the younger generation of the demonic Tao. "There are very few women like me in the world. My name is Guan Guan. You have to remember me," said the demoness with a smile. She was very daring, and she looked at Lin Feng teasingly. She didn't hold back at all. "Of course I won't forget a beautiful woman like you," said Lin Feng. Guan Guan said, "I want you to imprint my appearance and my name in the depths of your soul, because I will definitely be your woman in the future." She stretched out her right hand and gently caressed Lin Feng's face. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a daring woman, and he was a bit overwhelmed. However, Lin Feng didn't want to appear too cowardly. He stretched out his right hand and hugged Guan Guan's alluring waist. Chapter 1130, said Guan Guan while giggling. She moved her legs and avoided Lin Feng's attack. She then asked, "What do you want to do to me? Didn't you say that you want to become my woman? It's not too much for me to do anything to my own woman, right?" Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You'll have to wait until you marry me before you can do whatever you want. Before that, don't even think about it." Guan Guan snorted. Lin Feng said, "It's very normal for something to happen before marriage that goes beyond friendship, okay?" Guan Guan smiled and said, "I'm not a casual woman." Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan carefully and said, "You're not human when you're casual, are you?" You're asking for a beating," said Guan Guan while biting her lips. She was ferociously staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was quite unique. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Since we know each other, tell me why you're here. Don't try to brush me off by saying that you want to become my woman. I won't believe you." Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes and said, "Of course, I sincerely want to become your woman." Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan also looked at him, her eyes sincere and bold. Seeing those charming eyes that were filled with sincerity, Lin Feng actually believed Guan Guan's words. "Why?" Lin Feng asked. because when a person lives alone for too long, they'll feel lonely and lonely. However, it's very difficult for a person who has been single for too long to find a suitable person. When I saw you, I knew that you were the man that I had to manage. Guan Guan was very straightforward. This was her personality, and she didn't hide her feelings. She was a passionate and unrestrained demonic path saintess. Such a character was lovable, hateful, admirable, and admirable. Lin Feng sighed and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing for a man to be too outstanding. There will always be too many women throwing themselves at him. Other women are just vases. How can they compare to me? Do you believe that I can beat the crap out of you right now?" Guan Guan waved her pink fist and said, "Demoness Guan Guan, your name resounds like thunder in my ears. You are one of the strongest cultivators amongst the younger generation of demonic cultivators. I would like to test your cultivation base." Lin Feng leaped out and stretched out his right hand to grab Guan Guan. Guan Guan did not dodge. She smiled and said, "Your physical body is unparalleled. I want to see if I can break it." She leaned forward. Lin Feng was about to grab her. Suddenly, Guan Guan split into two, and Lin Feng's attack missed. The Guan Guan on the left pointed a finger at Lin Feng, while the Guan Guan on the right sent a palm strike at him. Two supervisors? Their auras are identical? Lin Feng was shocked. Guan Guan's divine ability was very powerful, and it could deceive anyone. Even with Lin Feng's powerful senses, he could not tell which one was the real one. Lin Feng blocked Guan Guan's attack with both hands. Bang! Suddenly, he felt as if he had been hit by two yuan cauldron bells flying through the air, and he was sent flying. The two supervisors leaped up and flew towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. They attacked Lin Feng again. Guan Guan's ability to split into two was very powerful, and it caused Lin Feng a lot of trouble. However, Lin Feng had a way to deal with it. He summoned a magnetic field and trapped Guan Guan within it. Under the powerful restrictive effects of the magnetic field, Guan Guan's movements were restricted, and she could barely move. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's see how you resist now." He swung his fist at Guan Guan. At that moment, the two supervisors merged into one. When the two merged into one, Guan Guan was able to move again, and she dodged Lin Feng's attack. She quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and smiled coquettishly. "It seems like I'm going to beat you up." Guan Guan's fist was aimed at Lin Feng's chin. "You're really willing to make a move." Lin Feng retreated and dodged Guan Guan's attack, but Guan Guan disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a cold, intense sweep over him from behind. He was shocked, and he quickly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding Guan Guan's punch. Guan Guan wanted to pull back her fist, but Lin Feng did not give her the chance. He used the immemorial star plucking hand and grabbed Guan Guan's wrist. Great binding technique. Unexpectedly, Guan Guan's body became extremely soft. Her slender and straight legs clamped Lin Feng's legs, and her left hand strangled Lin Feng's neck, making it difficult for Lin Feng to move. The two of them fell to the ground. "What a great binding technique. You actually managed to bind me." Lin Feng felt that it was difficult for him to circulate his magic power, and he could not help but mutter. Guan Guan's methods were indeed astonishing. In the battle, Lin Feng had temporarily suffered a small loss. "Do you know how powerful I am now?" Guan Guan said, with a little pride. "You're powerful, but it wasn't wise for you to choose to fight me in close combat. Even if I can't circulate my magic power, my body is still strong enough." Lin Feng smiled and turned his body to face Guan Guan. He looked at Guan Guan's delicate face and alluring pink lips. He quickly sucked on Guan Guan's pink lips. It really had a different taste. "Rogue, Guan Guan's face immediately turned pink. She pushed Lin Feng a few meters away and quickly got up from the ground. She wiped her pink lips with her hand. Could it be that that was your first time? Lin Feng smiled and looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan gritted her teeth and said, "You're shameless. You were the one who said you wanted to become my woman. It's not against the law for me to kiss my own woman, right? It's a matter of course." Lin Feng shrugged. "I don't want to talk to you." Guan Guan snorted angrily. Lin Feng saw that Guan Guan was angry and felt that he had gone a little too far. He felt a little apologetic and said, "I was wrong. As long as you're not angry, I'll agree to anything." "You said it. Then I'll owe you." Guan Guan snorted. This woman was sometimes charming, sometimes shy, sometimes bold, sometimes seductive, and sometimes pure. She was really the best of the best. Lin Feng said, "Then I'll remember it first. After fighting for so long, I should be hungry. Let's eat something." Guan Guan nodded and sat in front of the bonfire with Lin Feng to share the barbecue meat. "I didn't know that your barbecue skills were pretty good." After taking a bite, Guan Guan looked like she was enjoying herself and couldn't help but praise. "Of course, if you want to capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Humph, humph, I don't know how many girls you've fooled with your flowery words." Guan Guan snorted twice. The two of them ate while chatting. Guan Guan seemed to be able to eat even more than Lin Feng. She had digested more than half of the barbecue meat, causing Lin Feng to be dumbfounded. At this time, many cultivators flew past in the distance. These people glanced at Lin Feng and Guan Guan, but didn't stop. They sped up and flew deeper into the forest. Soon, more cultivators flew past. After 4 or 5 groups of cultivators flew past, Lin Feng and Guan Guan both frowned. They felt that something wasn't right. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators flying in the same direction. Chapter 1131. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded and flew with Lin Feng. Soon, they saw a group of cultivators surrounding a cultivator with a special appearance. That cultivator's hair was light gold, and his skin was much fairer than ordinary people's. His eyes were deep and blue, like the Mediterranean Sea. That person looked strange. Why are there so many people surrounding him? Lin Feng was puzzled. Guan Guan said, "He's an outsider." Lin Feng was shocked. Before entering the battlefield, he had already heard about the outsider race. Now that he had finally seen them, he realized that they did look different from the people of the Tianwu continent. Asked Lin Feng. "Those people from the outside world call them demons. Where do they come from?" It was widely known that the outsiders were demons, but Lin Feng was a more rational person. He naturally doubted that. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. The outsiders followed the Tianwu continent into the Tianwu continent during the Tianma upheaval. To be precise, their planet was occupied by the Tianma upheaval, and they became their slaves. The Tianma upheaval enslaved them and formed an army. That's why the outsiders also participated in the war. However, they turned against the Tianma upheaval and fought against the Tianma upheaval with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. In the end, they defeated the Tianma upheaval, but their spaceship was destroyed, so they could only stay in the Tianwu continent. As for why they are in the battlefield, no one knows. Guan Guan said, "According to what you said, since the outsiders joined forces with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent to fight against the Tianma upheaval, they should coexist peacefully with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent." Why? After saying that, Lin Feng stopped talking. He had thought of the reason. Guan Guan sneered and said, "The human heart is often scarier than demons." Lin Feng did not refute Guan Guan because he agreed with Guan Guan's words. The outsiders had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. Naturally, they were a thorn in the side of many people. Demon from beyond, surrender. Increase the power of your attacks and tear the demon from beyond into pieces. Many cultivators shouted as they used all their strength to activate their powerful divine arts or unleash their Dharma treasures to besiege the heavenly alien race. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me, the Tian White cultivator roared. His body was already drenched in blood. Clearly, he couldn't hold on for much longer. He charged towards a group of cultivators and self-detonated. Bam! Along with the sound of explosions, the destructive energy engulfed many cultivators. At least 40 to 50 people died, tragically. However, there were still 300 to 400 people scattered around. After the death of the alien, the heaven crystal and heaven stone in his body weren't destroyed. Many cultivators crazily rushed towards the heaven crystal and heaven stone. This is mine. Who dares to steal it from me? I'll kill him. Many people were shouting and threatening others, but it was useless. Hundreds of cultivators were fighting each other, and cultivators were constantly being killed. Benefits have blinded my eyes. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Tian White cultivators were labeled as demons. It was obvious that many large factions wanted to obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies, so they had forcefully added this crime onto them. Looking at the cultivators fighting each other in front of him, it was clear that greed was a terrible sin. They had been allies at first, but in the blink of an eye, they had become mortal enemies. Lin Feng and Guan Guan left. Seeing that Lin Feng's mood was somewhat low, Guan Guan said, "It seems like you've been moved by compassion." "I'm just a little emotional. Many people have completely lost their nature for benefits." Lin Feng said. He couldn't forget the tragic death of the Tian Y cultivator. The lifespan of the Tian Y cultivators is very long. It's said that their lifespan is 100 times that of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. The Tian Y cultivator we saw just now was alone, so he was killed. If we had encountered a group of Tian Y cultivators, it's hard to say who would have been killed. Guan Guan sneered coldly. In the next few days, more and more cultivators gathered because this area was frequented by the Tian Y cultivators. Many people wanted to kill the Tian Y cultivators and obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies. The Tian Y cultivators fought back vigorously and killed many cultivators. The conflict between the two sides became more and more serious. Even many top geniuses came one after another. Huang Fuqing Tian, the masked cultivator, Gongsun Wushu, Ning Li Tao, Ing Zhantian, and other top geniuses came one after another. The top geniuses of the demon race also came, such as Yao Xielong of the three-headed cobra race and Shuezong Xian of the heaven-devouring demonic toad race. These two had ambushed Lin Feng before, but failed. Afterward, they didn't return to the great Pengqing race and secretly left. The Devil Dao also had experts. The 4 great demons of the Devil Dao, Young Master Gongziyu, Young Master Tsang, Young Master Yun, and Young Master Shui, came one after another. A mysterious cultivator from the Devil Dao came. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly due to the lingering mist, but this person was definitely an abnormally terrifying existence. It was obvious that all the major powers had their eyes on the Tian Y cultivators. They called this hunting and didn't treat the Tian Y cultivators as humans, but as prey. With the addition of these top experts, the Tian Y cultivators suffered heavy losses and were constantly killed. There's a commander from the alien race. He was attacked by more than 10 top geniuses and is now seriously injured. Everyone quickly go and find him. His celestial stones and celestial crystals aren't something ordinary alien races' celestial stones and celestial stones can compare to. Many cultivators were searching for the commander's whereabouts. Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw a great battle. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded more than 10 Tian-Y cultivators. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator, and his left chest was pierced. He was severely injured. This should be the commander, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded. These people had extraordinary means and broke out of the encirclement. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw too many killings. Tian-Y cultivators were constantly killed, but many of them chose to self-detonate before they died, dragging many cultivators down with them. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Guan Guan heard the sounds of fighting in the forest and quickly rushed over. Dozens of cultivators surrounded 3 people. It was the commander that Lin Feng and Guan Guan had met a few days ago. 2 Tian-Y cultivators were killed one after another, leaving only the last commander. When Lin Feng and Guan Guan rushed over, the commander was already lying on the ground with his dantian destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to self-detonate and drag the others down with him. Aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now? The leading cultivator had a sinister smile on his face as he stepped on the face of the Tian-Y cultivator. His face was crushed and blood immediately flowed out from his nose, eyes, and mouth. Chapter 11:32. He was struggling. Even though he had been crippled, even though he had suffered a fatal injury, he was still unyielding. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He had watched his clansmen being killed, but he had been powerless. Now he couldn't escape his fate. It made him feel endless pain. He had too many things he didn't want to let go of, but now he knew that he had to let go of everything. Death came with letting go of everything. Even though there were too many things in his heart that he couldn't let go of, what could he do? His body was twitching violently. Before his dantian had been destroyed, his body had been like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, all his pillars were gone. His life was slipping away. Sir, this guy is a commander. So many people have tried to kill him, but none of them succeeded. Now that he's fallen into your hands, we'll congratulate you first. The dozens of cultivators behind him all congratulated the leading cultivator. The leader couldn't help but look smug. He exerted force with his right foot, and more blood flowed out of the commander's nose, eyes, and mouth. Why do you have to humiliate someone who's about to die? Lin Feng said indifferently as he walked out of the forest. Maybe he's psychologically twisted. Guan Guan said indifferently. When he saw Lin Feng and Guan Guan walk out of the forest, the leader sneered. What? Do you want to be a good person? Do you want to save him? Or do you want to take him away from me? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, You broke his meridians and his qi and blood are in a mess. How can he survive? I don't like your character, so I came out just now. All right, I want him. Take your people and scram as far away as you can. Boy, are you crazy? You dare tell our sir to scram? Do you want to die? The leader's subordinates immediately shouted. Many people looked at Lin Feng coldly. Many people also looked at Guan Guan. Then he let out a lewd laugh. One of them said, My lord, these two are reckless enough to offend you. Why don't we just kill them? In any case, there's no one else in this vast forest. Killing them won't spread the news. Besides, based on my experience, the girl beside that brat is still a virgin. Wouldn't my lord like to have some fun with such a top-grade woman? The leader of the cultivators laughed and scolded. When this father is done, you guys will take turns, right? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Ha! Your Excellency is wise and mighty. We can't hide our intentions from your Excellency. The group of people immediately laughed as if there was no one else around. Clearly, this group of cultivators did not place Lin Feng and Guan Guan in their eyes at all. The leader of the cultivators said, Let's do it. Kill that boy and capture the woman. Once we're done, we'll kill them." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, these people directly rushed towards Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were more than 40 people in total, and they were all quite strong. Each of them looked like fiends. Looks like you're cultivators from a powerful group, and a righteous one at that. However, compared to the demons, you're even more despicable. Fine, I'll kill all of you today. It can be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens." Lin Feng laughed coldly. Shameless boasting. Die. Dozens of cultivators had already rushed over and were preparing to attack Lin Feng. Confine. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved and condensed the strongest magnetic field. Everyone's movements were restricted by Lin Feng's magnetic field. I can't move. This brat knows sorcery. He's restricting us." Many people cried out in horror. Lin Feng raised his right hand and sword chi shot out. Pooh! Pooh! Ripping sounds could be heard as one cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. Their bodies were restricted, and they had no ability to resist. "Brat, you're courting death." The leader of the cultivators was an ancient tycoon. When he saw so many of his subordinates being killed by Lin Feng, he immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to save more than 20 people who were still alive. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance to do so. He used the sky-splitting slash. Ripping sounds could be heard as the cultivators' bodies were instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were killed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng's attack collided with the leader's attack. Both sides' attacks were annihilated. "Let's go together and kill him," Lin Feng said aloud. This leader's cultivation was very terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this person's strength was probably much stronger than his. Lin Feng was worried that this person would escape, so he joined forces with Guan Guan. The chances of killing him would be greatly increased. Guan Guan nodded and joined hands with Lin Feng to attack the leader of the group. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds in a row. Guan Guan finally found a rare opportunity and slapped the leader's right shoulder. His right shoulder instantly exploded, dripping with blood. With this attack, the leader of the cultivators had suffered a serious injury. Lin Feng and Guan Guan cooperated very well. After Guan Guan injured the leader of the group, Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals to seal him. This person couldn't move and was directly thrown to the ground by Lin Feng. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am? How dare you imprison me? If I tell you who I am, you'll be scared to death." The leader of the cultivators roared furiously. His face was contorted in anger. Lin Feng used a restriction to seal his mouth. Lin Feng and Guan Guan then walked towards the leader of the alien race, who was lying on the ground. His aura was already extremely weak. "I can't hold on for much longer," Guan Guan said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the alien race's leader. He asked, "Do you have any last words?" "The two of you are different from other cultivators. Thank you for letting me leave with dignity." His voice was extremely weak. Clearly, his life was coming to an end. Lin Feng could feel the flame of his life. It would be extinguished at any time. The alien race's leader's eyes became more and more blurred. It seemed like he could no longer open his eyes. He tried his best to raise his right hand and grab at the air. He muttered, "I miss my hometown. There are mountains and clear water. I love my wife, my family, and my adorable son, but I will never see them again." With endless regret and sorrow, the alien cultivator's right hand fell to the ground. His body remained motionless as he breathed his last. Chapter 1133. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were silent. They looked at the dead cultivator's face and were speechless for a long time. Before he died, He still missed his hometown and loved ones, but he couldn't go back in the end. He died tragically in this place with endless sorrow. It really made people sigh. They didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps the only mistake was that they had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. These two treasures were coveted by many people. Thus, the tragic fate of the outsiders was destined. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and gently caressed the eyes of the dead cultivator with his right hand so that he could close them. The older generation said that if a person opened their eyes when they died, there would be too much resentment. In that case, there would be too much unwillingness left behind, and as a result, there would be no way to reincarnate. Lin Feng didn't know if this was right, but he knew that letting the dead rest in peace was a form of respect for the dead. I won't touch your celestial crystals and celestial stones. If there's a chance, I will return them to your people. Lin Feng used heavenly fire to burn the corpse. After the corpse was burned to ashes, Lin Feng took out the celestial crystals and celestial stones. It was because of these two things that countless cultivators had besieged the outsiders. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He had his own emotions and desires, but Lin Feng also had his own principles. He wouldn't kill the innocent for his own benefits. Think about it. How would you feel if the person who was brutally killed was your family? Everyone should have their own bottom line to abide by. This was the foundation of being human. However, there were too many people who had already thrown their bottom line beyond the clouds. They could kill the innocent for their own benefits. They could disregard human life. They could commit all kinds of evil. They could do all kinds of evil. The outsiders have very long lifespans, but so what if they have a long lifespan? In the end, they can't see their loved ones. They don't care if they can live forever. What they care about the most is whether they can be with their loved ones. Guan Guan muttered. Lin Feng said, I find it unbelievable that the demonic path saintess would say these words. Guan Piping said, most of the time, demons aren't demons. Behind the righteousness in many people's eyes, there may be many hidden filth that no one knows about. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's just as you said. Righteous, evil, demons, and demons are all relative. The world of cultivators is really cruel. Perhaps if you stay here for a long time, you'll forget about righteousness and evil, but you can never forget the bottom line in your heart. There aren't many cultivators who can stick to their bottom line. Guan Guan sighed. Lin Feng looked at the imprisoned cultivator. Lin Feng released the seal on the cultivator's mouth. Then he looked coldly at the cultivator and said, now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I just kill you or cut off your flesh piece by piece until you bleed to death? You can't do this to me. I'm from the Yin Yang sect. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely die. The cultivator shouted. The Yin Yang sect was a famous force in the Sky Martial Continent. It was an ancient force that could contend with the ancient Jiang family. It was obvious how terrifying this force was. The ancient forces were also divided into different levels. The Yin Yang sect was the strongest ancient force. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend the Yin Yang sect. So, you're threatening me? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator indifferently. The cultivator said, I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. I'm Song Yuchen, the son of the Yin Yang sect's supreme elder, Song Jingzhao. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Uffed. As soon as Song Yuchen finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out with sword qi, tearing off a piece of flesh from Song Yuchen's body. Ah! Song Yuchen immediately let out a painful scream. He didn't think that Lin Feng would dare to treat him like this after he revealed his identity. Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng with hatred and roared, Brat, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Song Yuchen was from the Yinyang sect, so he was used to being arrogant and despotic. In addition, his cultivation base was also extremely powerful. After cultivating for 280 years, he had already reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. With this kind of cultivation, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. Therefore, after becoming a prisoner, he didn't return to reality from his high and mighty attitude. That was why he was still so arrogant despite not understanding the situation. But Lin Feng clearly didn't fall for Song Yuchen's trick. Swish, swish, swish. One sword beam after another flew out, and the flesh on Song Yuchen's body was sliced off piece by piece. Song Yuchen's face finally revealed a terrified expression. This was because he realized that Lin Feng wasn't frightened by his background at all. "Spare my life. You can ask for anything, but please spare my life." Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged loudly. Lin Feng sneered. "How can I spare someone like you?" He did not stop, and dense sword chi flew out. Song Yuchen let out a mournful scream as he was dismembered. After Song Yuchen's death, Lin Feng took the storage rings of Song Yuchen and the others before leaving with Guan Guan. Many battles were still erupting in the forest, and this battle couldn't be stopped. The greed in many cultivators' hearts had already completely drowned out their conscience. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stop. In the evening, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were resting in a valley when more than 10 streams of light flew over from afar. Lin Feng and Guan Guan jumped onto a large tree and secretly observed these people. There were a few abnormally powerful people among the newcomers, and even Lin Feng felt a little apprehensive. One of them was holding a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. She had light blue hair and was quite young, but she was tall. That young girl was clearly an alien race from the outer heaven. The young girl's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at these people. Haha, how refreshing. After killing 13 outsiders, each of us will get a share of the celestial crystals and celestial stones, one of the cultivators said with a smile. The others also smiled and nodded. Someone looked at the young girl and said, "This girl is even prettier than the girl called Aguli we played with 3 days ago. Moreover, she looks like a virgin. We'll be able to have some fun today." Big sister, Aguli was... When the young girl heard these words, her face was filled with pain and hatred. "You're a bunch of animals." "Haha, this girl is quite barbaric. She's quite tasty. I like it." A cultivator came in front of the young girl and directly grabbed her clothes, tearing them apart. He then pounced on her and pressed her under his body.